can't kill my confidence, you can't gon' give a fuck, that's what they do. You can't kill my confidence, you can't gon' give a fuck, that's what they do. You can't kill my confidence, you can't gon' give a fuck, that's what they tell me. All the fucks I ever gave on,
you know, Ash, since you brought it up, hold on, let's find it. How's this? How's this for dice rolling? These are pretty good. These are like marble dice sounds. That one's they're just jingling it in their pants, man. Oh, this one's pretty good. I like this one. Dice on cardboard. Wooden dice on cardboard. There we go. Let me send those two to you. let me do that right now. Easy. God. Dude, what is up, guys? I'm a bit eepy. I'm a bit eepy. I got my energy drink late at night. I had too much baked chicken, and so now I got the itis. Okay, so I'm not coming in it with enough energy. I need more energy, and I'm running out of energy drinks, dude. It's cheaper if I get them online, but it's too much. Ah, there we go. So, guys, we've been having a big week for drama, have we not, chat? It's been a big week. There's something happening like every day. So much so, I needed to do a poll. I need to do a poll and have you guys decide what the topic was by having the members of the Little Guys Incorporated Discord decide what it was I was going to be streaming about tonight. I very rarely plug the Discord, but I will do it now since I'm bringing it up. 18 plus Discord, yada yada. My community, we do have a little time. We do have a little fun little time, right? But yeah, man. You know, yesterday I was going over the Hassan Ethan debate. Got a little crazy. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta drink it up to war crimes, am I right? We'll definitely be going over the content deputy at some point in the next week. Oh, Pog, that's right. I also sell coffee. I forgot, you know. But yeah, so we'll be covering that at some point because I know some of you are interested. Some of you are like, I need my Deorio fix to cover that. I can't come up with an opinion unless it's Deorio covering it. Or, you know, fucking Cyberstalking, which one is what I'm actually really interested in. I'm a little upset that one didn't do well, which, by the way, also, speaking of ACC-adjacent individuals, I know that Lio Convoy would take umbrage with that. He'd say that's a cartoon reviewer. If your entire personality past the age of 30 is Avatar: The Last Airbender and Steven Universe and My Little Pony, you're in the same community as all the rest of them, okay? Everybody floats up the same river, okay? But I really want to cover that as well, right? And speaking of, Just the Robot also made a video, and I saw a picture, I think it was Redis Drummer, in the OpBlock server, right? He posted a picture of Jar sitting all cuntily on like a microphone, and I can't tell. Oh yeah. And Sungrad is another one that I want to cover too. It's a really busy week, dude.
Of membership. I'm being
Show Cunty Jar, sure.
Drama.
No, the chess drama, I'm sorry, he didn't put a butt plug up his ass. I don't care that he cheated at chess.
Months of membership.
You just want to watch me play low elo chess.
Through so much drama.
Tell you what, I will make another goal, right? Okay. If we hit this goal, chess stream. There. If we hit the goal, I'll do a fucking chess stream. My chess elo in Rapid is 138, guys, okay? God. Tanuki, I'm very sorry to hear that about your dog. I hope things are less. I'm sorry. I'm so internet brain rotted. I was gonna say I hope things are less cringe. That's not an accurate descriptor of that kind of thing. But I hope everything is okay. Play chess with your chess, Diesel. Yeah, I think I'll forego that kind of thing. But today we're talking about Mr. Mama Maxwell over here. And Mamamax, for those of you unfamiliar, is a sexy
chess stream when?
So Mamamax is a former predator hunter YouTuber who got in way too deep with a character known as Cameron Gerard Davis, right? And for those of you unfamiliar with Mr. Camden Gerard Davis, I only need to give you a single video to Camden Gerard Davis to really kind of sell you on what a Camden Gerard Davis is, okay? Hold on. There we go. So he's literally Count Blackula. Count Blackula over here had this chick named Spencer in some roleplay polycule cult thing, allegedly. A lot of it seems either... The details of it are very vague, and it seems that Max bit off more than he could chew. And the house of cards that Max had designed for himself basically kind of crashed. And with the crashing of Mama Max's entire persona and events around him, his entire career ended up collapsing in on itself. And he basically became yet another character in the Internet Losers Hall of Fame. Spencer herself seemed to have a lot of serendipitous incidents, as well as things that are unbelievable, to say the least. I have a huge history video on Mamamax on my main channel. I go over the entire thing of like his entire like back to front history.
Count Blackula's Leviathans are gonna get you, boy.
Sure. And I have heard that the Leviathans have responded. By the way, also, I think it's just, and I say this all the time, and I talked about this on a previous stream, Mamamax does not understand Hotline Miami, and he exists as one of the... Mamamax is the kind of artist who sees something cool, and then takes it and uses it without understanding the subtext of why that thing is the way it is, right? So for a little primer, the thing that Mamamax bases his whole like personality around is a game called Hotline Miami. Some of you might actually not remember what it is because it came out 12 years ago, right? But I'll play the trailer for it. But the game is essentially, if I were to compare it to anything, it is like Fight Club.
Thank God it's finally May. April was miserable.
It's gonna get worse, philosopher. It's gonna get worse. And the reason I would compare it to Fight Club is that while it has like a surface level theme, it's got all these like subtext themes about it, right? So I'm not saying it's like literally Fight Club, dude. I'm saying it's got a lot going on below the hood for the story to unravel, okay? But basically it follows this character by the name of Jacket going on killing sprees against the Russian mob. And the entire point of the story has like there's a reason, right, that he's going through and he's killing all these mobsters and yada yada. but there's a metatextual reason for the story where the characters break the fourth wall and talk to you, the player. And Hotline Miami ends up being a conversation piece on violence in video games and how we idolize violence in our media and how we enjoy the idea of quote unquote hurting people, right? And how we feel righteous when we do it and think that we're doing it for the right reasons, which is actually kind of hilarious because the second game in Hotline Miami directly, they say it again, but louder this time. And basically in the second game, there is gratuitous violence in society in the media that people watch. And as a result of the media that people watch, a bunch of killers idolize Jacket, who is a mass murderer from the first game, and begin to dress up like Jacket dressed up from the first game and go on killing sprees. So the people that the game are critiquing in the second game of Hotline Miami are the fans who didn't understand the first time that the game is like talking about them enjoying violence so much without thinking about how dangerous that violence could be.
Can you believe Mr. Lips is still up? Anyways, kinda crazy Mamamax is still on this crusade, despite Spencer betraying him and being a major problem.
Honestly, what else is Mamamax gonna do, right? He can't hold a regular job. He's gonna have to come back to this, you know, regardless of whatever Spencer did. But anyway, the point of the being is that Mamamax would dress up like one of those fans and would idolize the surface level imagery from Hotline Miami and put it into his videos, right? Anyway, there's a nice 2-hour and 30-minute video going over Mamamax. Where is Spencer anyway? Homeless. And we'll get into it. So I have some layups that were provided to me, so we'll definitely look at those as well. But also I'm pretty well versed in this, so we'll see how that goes.
We trust you. There's two sides to every story.
I would just like to say that my thumbnail is in this. So there's a more than 0% chance that he has watched my video.
I'm sure you've gotten hundreds of one side, but there's still a whole other side you haven't seen yet. But that's going to change. What happened? That's a lot.
He's still using the font too. Dude, I got doxxed in this. You know what they say, Slug? What goes around comes around. I'm sorry. That's shitty, though.
Explain. So, a survivor reached out to me for help regarding a case of an alleged cult leader and child predator, and asked me if I could...
An alleged cult leader and child predator. I would like to know what that mugshot of Camden Gerard Davis is from, because I don't know if they got him on rape charges or anything like that. So did he just drop the mask on the voice changer? Yeah.
Form them to tell their story.
I think he recreates your thumbnail too. It's a good thumbnail, so I'd recreate it, you know?
So I was just going to start a new format where we platform the survivors and let them have a voice.
You know, predator poaching is a very interesting genre of content because ultimately for the people online, it's just Schadenfreude content, right?
Wasn't dude doing Ford commercials or something? Why is he back?
He was working at like a non-for-profit, but his whole rap sheet kind of undid that, right? He probably could go work in commercial cinematography. He'd just have to start from ground zero.
But I quickly realized that we needed help given the gravity of this case, and the purpose of our campaign evolved to find more survivors in order to build a criminal case against the accused party, since he was still active.
I like how Spencer is blurred out now, but you can tell that this is Spencer's trashy ass. Holy shit. I cannot speak these last 2 days. All right, but you can tell this is Spencer because of the fucking vape here, man. And also the hair. and everything else. I mean, like, you know, Spencer's got a pretty noticeable silhouette. I'm sorry. You know, womp womp. Brandy with 5 gifted. Very poggy champs. Very poggy champs. Welcome, welcome, little guys.
Falcon County Sheriff's Office, Portwood.
Can I speak to...
Could you imagine this glup shitto going to somebody and being like, you gotta understand that I've discovered a cult and you gotta listen to me. He dresses up as a vampire and roars into the camera.
Officer badge number...
And so I reached out to institutions, journalists, lawyers, and experts in the field of cult psychology.
That guy's really interesting. I've read his book. But also, if he's listening to Max, he probably doesn't know who Max is. That guy's book is actually really good, though. His name is Rick Allen Ross, and his book on cults is probably one of the most comprehensive reads that you can get outside of like an academic circle. Really good, interesting read, and he's really passionate about it.
The leader uses these techniques to gain undue influence.
And he's also probably just happy to be, you know, recognized.
Over his or her followers. We've often referred to this as brainwashing or mind control.
But most notably, I reached out to my peers on YouTube. The most influential...
Now, Max, we would just... you know, to Slug's credit, he did record you literally losing your mind, saying how you would be able to, like, cancel Charlie and yada yada, right? That was Slug, if I recall correctly.
Among them was Charlie, who has helped me in the past.
This also comes into play with Mamamax's video, if you remember that controversy that happened. I imagine most people who don't know the situation and don't know Mamamax will see this and just be like, what the fuck is going on here?
His support has always been invaluable, and since I've seen him fight corruption before, and he is one of the most respected voices on the platform, I truly believed he could make a difference. But it was difficult to get anyone to just listen to the survivors, and so I created artificial drama to get people's attention.
I created artificial drama to get people's attention. Oh my god. I don't think that drama okay, one, the drama was not artificial, buddy. All right? It was not artificial. You were pressed. You were pressed. Okay? You felt that you were like some god above the law with some insane savior complex. All right? Do it. You know what? Let me just pull up the video. Let me just pull up the video. Hold on. You guys remember this?
I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you. And I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' pedo hunter.
You know, it's been an entire year since that happened. And the more time I put between myself and a clip like that, the more insane Max becomes. You know, because the whole Jonkler posting thing is just like, not only could you not come up with a cool name because nobody thinks the pedo hunter is like intimidating, but it's like on top of that, you just come off as like very, very try hard, Shadow the Hedgehog coded Jonkler guy. Funny that you mentioned a Jonkler. If Himpleton shows up in this, I will eat a shoe.
I could literally cancel you, Charlie.
And to be clear, I was always upfront that the drama was fake.
Yeah, no. This clip was happening in the privacy of your own VC, buddy. All right, you were doing that. You were doing that unironically. You were not doing that ironically.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation. And that worked.
Also, I'm sorry. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm past the... I like edgy, dark stuff, but I really feel like he's like, it's just trying too hard. Like the whole deep voice, gruff, like all that shit is like cringe, dude. It's like trying too hard for the type of content it is.
Until it didn't.
I have a feeling I would understand that Himpleton will show up, but I am not gonna actually eat a shoe, chat.
Stop ignoring Mamamax. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way.
I still don't feel good about that decision. But then the people that I trusted, the people that I looked up to, the people that I considered my best friend.
The people that you, buddy, were lying to people about so many things. Okay? You built up this whole fucking reputation on lies. All right? Of course people were going to sit around and defend your stupid ass. Okay? And then also on top of that, when your friends come to you and they give you advice and they say, like, let's say you have a friend, right? And they're literally crashing out on the timeline. Okay? You tell your friend, hey man, stop posting. Hey man, stop posting. If your friend keeps posting, you're going to be a little fucking pressed about it. You're going to be even more pressed if your friend starts using you as a vouch for you as a good person. Okay? Right? Think about how many times people gave Max the benefit of the doubt because he was friends with YouTubers that people trusted. All right? Because that happened a lot.
They all turned on me. In an attempt to protect their own reputations, because they saw
Cake Crocs will be your best bet,
what was happening to me. And then...
So they did not turn on you because, you know, they saw the way the wind was blowing and they wanted to protect their careers. Don't get me wrong. I'm certain they wanted to protect their careers. Everybody wants to be able to have a job at the end of the day, right? But then also, brother, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The lengths and insanity you were going to, okay? You weren't listening to anybody.
They resorted to creating their own deceptions around me. So that way they could bury me. No one will ever believe what I say. I'm a fraud. I'm a liar. I'm a manipulator.
I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo.
I'm a deceiver. I'm a monster.
Dude, him having a Martin Luther King Jr. picture in the background is so funny. Babe, I'm an ally. Large picture of Malcolm X. It's like guy gets like a black girlfriend and he puts up this picture of Malcolm X behind it. It's like, girl, you gotta know that I'm on your side. I know I'm making up a thing now. But I just want to picture that event happening in Max's life. Okay, I'm sorry.
And then they wiped their hands and pretended like I never existed.
They didn't pretend like you never existed. Oh my God. Oh boy.
But I do exist. And I do have my own side to all of this. And that's what I'm doing.
Kind of looks like he put on some weight between now and a year ago. Am I wrong in saying that it looks like he kind of put on some size? And not like in a good way.
Doing now is clarifying some things, presenting some new information that some of you might have not known. And hopefully in the near future we will resolve.
Pedo Busters.
All of this drama, so that way we can get back to...
even though this video is 2 hours and 30 minutes long, I don't think this is going to move the needle at all. Huge for the unemployed. Okay, that one's good. That was funny. I'll allow that one. Oh boy, the commentary community are going to be full for a couple weeks. Hell yeah!
I'm real. I'm made of meat and monster truck tires.
I'm gay. I am new in town. I'm a New Yorker. I am disabled. I need to make that a dono sound.
More important work. Do you acknowledge that you've made mistakes, and if so, which? Of course, I've made mistakes.
Oh, brother.
And I think one of my biggest mistakes was covering dangerous content.
I'm pro dad bods. You know, I've noticed a lot of you are pro dad bods. I try to be on the just buff father spectrum for the non-dad havers in chat.
At a time I was too immature and uneducated on the subject matter.
It's crazy how you've matured in age but not educated at all on the subject matter.
Important to note that I did not have a mentor. I did have some...
Guys, you gotta understand that I was learning this all on my own. I had nobody else to help me along the way. I didn't really understand what I was getting into at the time. I was just a young guy out on my own, trying on my own way. Hey guys, who's that remind you of an apology we've read recently? Not to say that this is anything like the Cinder situation, but that does read a lot like Cinder's apology. Have you ever noticed how history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes? And in drama, people often say the same things over and over.
Military training, but I was mostly learning as I was going. And I felt what I was doing was much too serious to ignore. The amount of child exploitation that is happening all over the internet.
Guys, I made some scary YouTube videos. You gotta understand that I'm basically the FBI, okay?
Still does not get enough exposure to this day. And that leads me to another big mistake, which was mixing fiction and non-fiction for cases that are too volatile for dramatization.
Yeah, well, like, hold on, didn't Mamamax literally make cases up, like, out of thin air that just didn't exist at all? That's not even mixing fiction and non-fiction. That's like just doing a fiction true crime TV show.
At the time, I felt I could do no wrong if entertainment helps bring awareness to these very real issues. But retrospectively, it just creates confusion around what's real and...
You know, I'll give it to Diesel. He did stand up to two men propositioning him for hours on Becca's streams. I think he's not bi, guys. You know, I left that stream and I went and I hung out with like the ladies for a little bit, and I went. You know, I think I'm sexed out. I think I'm just not feeling it right now. I think I'm good.
What's not in the long term. But I have been quite transparent about this since the very beginning.
All information was hidden or censored, names and identities were altered to protect the privacy of non-consenting parties, all dramatization in the visuals dialogue are fictional and meant for storytelling purposes.
All right, so the dialogue being brought up as fictional is I think a smidge too far when we're talking about this kind of thing, right? True crime kind of requires you to be a little bit more honest about the dialogue that's going on. All right? Diesel spends one drunk stream with two bisexual men, and now he's celibate.
Would you explain that? It's like half fiction, half kind of a story?
I call it hybrid, like documentaries, because it's like, yeah,
Okay.
it is half fiction that is parallel to the...
By the way, he's using the voice changer here. He's using the voice changer. Holy shit. Where was that? Okay, so great. Now I gotta go find this because it's not timestamped. So he's clip chimping the Half Baked podcast here. Did we hit the goal or did it disappear? No, it's still there. Yeah, he said it was his real voice. That's a funny lie, right? But then hold on, let me pull up the transcript. And then what was it? He said we'll start a little further.
Portion of the video, the front and the end, as far as I'm able to tell, that those exist to like get the video viral, right?
For the most part, I'd say so.
Do you it's weird. So if your goal is to make like a message that can reflect back and like actually produce real change on YouTube, why would you go with such like an inflammatory hashtag? I don't know, for people who haven't seen it, which is like next to nobody. It's pick a side YouTube. Children are pedophiles.
Yeah. So I don't
so
think
he's so remember, he's like, oh, that's fake drama. It's fake drama. But he was like going around and having YouTubers and random fucking people basically harass YouTube, the company, being like, YouTube's just letting predators run wild and free on the platform, blah, 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 right? It's like, that's not kayfabe. That's not fucking fake drama, dude. Like, you're taking this outside of YouTube to go take it to people who work there, right? And try and get people to literally pick a side that don't know you, all right? And your audience is fucking crazy. Or they were crazy. They don't exist anymore. I'm sure that your career will end up being fine at the end of the day, right? But, like, the entire intent with Pick a Side YouTube was to create this gigantic, you know, hashtag movement where people would basically be like, you're either on your side or you're a pedophile.
my video is going to fucking do anything. I want the people I call out in the video to do something because they're the ones YouTube is going to listen to. They ain't going to listen to fucking me.
So you think your video is like the first in a domino effect?
I was thinking that exact thing. Yes. It was like a domino effect.
Steal the words.
I'm just trying to get the ball rolling, and I feel like no one's going to fucking care unless I make it this bombastic, stupid ass thing. So
wait, okay. I wasn't expecting that answer. All right.
Oh, okay.
So what
you and here's a funny thing. I think he really likes, and this is a pretty interesting half-baked episode if you've never listened to it. He really likes the attention he's getting here from these two guys. It is very much like I'm getting the recognition from like peers who look into things type thing.
What is your primary goal? Is that then? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all of this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And it
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. Right. The video.
That's a lie. That's just straight up a lie. That is a lie. That's a bold-faced fucking lie. All right.
Was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him.
Yes, and I do believe that this gets clip-chimped a little later in his video, as well. But he did not do that.
Real story, and then there's just the real story.
Which is why the full investigation was publicly available in the mega drives that were linked in the paste bins of my—
Which by the way, that mega drive was taken down. Mega Drive doesn't take down anything. And Mega Drive took down the quote-unquote evidence folder that Mamamax had. I don't know what Mamamax had in the evidence folder. Some people said it was CP. Others say, I don't know what was in it. I'm going to go with the, I don't know what was in it. But, brother, could you imagine being like, oh, let me go fact check Mamamax to determine whether or not he has evidence or not. And then, boom, felony.
Video descriptions that were then reported and taken down with claims that they contained CSUM. But there was no CSUM. It was just documenting predators and their interactions with me. The entire investigation, from accessing the platform, creating an account, interacting on the site, speaking with predators, speaking with victims, and everything that happened from beginning to end were present in OBS screen recordings on those mega drives. There is so much information that I would include in this very video pertaining to previous—
Was that that is a pedophile, guys, allegedly. I don't know, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just some guy from the internet. Also, Max is edging really close to showing something that's against TOS here, but, you know, we're going to keep going.
Investigations that I now cannot present because these drives have been taken down. I did not create a backup because I was not comfortable keeping all of this evidence of predators.
Guys, I didn't save any of the evidence of predators on my personal drive. I saved it all inside Mega. What? Does that make any fucking sense? I have my videos from like 3 years ago, motherfucker. Like, what? convenient that all of his evidence is gone in that mega drive that was taken down. I know, right? How convenient. Hold on. Max, I understand that Max knows how film works. I've seen him operate with like equipment. He knows how film industry works. If not like fully, he understands enough to understand composition. He understands using a camera. He knows how to maximize his potential with a camera. This guy could be a director of photography if he wasn't stupid. One of the things you learn is how to file manage. You have to, because there's so many files. You're telling me he's never saved his information from one of his investigations? What happens when you need to pull something up?
On my personal computer, so my team helped me upload it and let it go to the public. Mega is quite clear that you can report objectionable material. Because our end-to-end zero-knowledge encryption means we do not know the nature of content that is uploaded, Mega is only able to take down content.
He didn't save backup, so he wasn't planning on giving this to the authorities.
This was actually taken down because it had nudes of all these random men on it. Someone probably reported it. Mega is pretty quick about stolen nudes or illegally shared nudes.
Literally, because what do you use Mega for? Piracy. Like, that's it. It's peer-to-peer piracy.
Public link has been reported to us. And since these were videos of predators,
wait a second. Why does he have all these okay.
naked and
all right.
masculine?
All right, Max. All right, Max. Jesus Christ. Jesus. We're going to see Hog on this stream, chat. Why does he have all these pictures of random naked men, but he doesn't have any of the evidence that would help back up that he's actually gotten somebody arrested and shit? Why does he have some things, but not everything?
Under the impression that I am a minor, I don't necessarily disagree with this decision, but that was the only source proving that these investigations were real.
I cannot... So that's the only way that we can prove these investigations are real. But you just so happen to have all of these naked men jerking off. There's going to be 2 hours of this. I have to be here for 2 hours.
And since they are gone, it has been very easy for everyone to say that they are just fake. But obviously they are not. These platforms...
Unironically, yeah. If you have gotten somebody arrested... Give us a case number. What's the case number for the guy you got arrested, huh?
Platforms and predators are very real. Some of these same creators have covered them with me on multiple occasions.
So some of you may have seen...
Yeah, because you're going to your homies and being like, yo, you should cover this.
That is what makes real. The hogs.
Yeah, the hogs really do make it real, you know?
Video that both myself,
like, this is like, have you ever seen like a create, like, I've seen this before, I've had this happen to me before. I remember this happening with Max, by the way, right, where Max is producing a video on a predator and he will shop the video around to people, but then he'll say, you can talk about it, but you gotta sign an NDA so you can't talk about some things. Okay, those are conversations that have happened. Right? He's done that with other drama tubers because he's respected other drama tubers, expecting those other drama tubers to cover for him and basically signal boost his video. Okay? And unfortunately, his friends ended up footing the bill on pushing his shit. Okay? He said that to Deorio. Yeah. Dude, I was in a VC with Deorio when he was reading out the DMs to us. And I was like, oh boy, this is gonna be bad. And then guess what? Camden Gerard Davis.
And Ryan did, but most importantly, Mamamax did, on a website called kidschat.net. It is a haven for
Night Docs kind of looks like Tommy C.
predators.
We made reports to the FBI and NCMEC together.
Oh my god. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, guys. You know that non-for-profit that doesn't actually do that stuff? Yeah, he sent it to them. Yeah, the NCMEC or whatever, the fucking National Center for Exploited and Missing Children's blah, 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 is a non-for-profit, right? If you are filing a report with them, basically consider it doing nothing, in my opinion. They don't fucking it's not gonna lead to anything, right? You'd have a better time if you were contacting the FBI, which, by the way, that doesn't even mean the FBI will do anything, right? Because all these internet glup shittos get involved in a situation and instantly fucking foobar it, right? Because they need to start yapping about their stupid drama or like make it public and all that shit, right? That's exactly what happened with Yandere Dev, which like I don't go around hunting for predators, right? But when that did happen, the FBI like contacted us. There were calls had, information. My calls were all sent to the FBI, the ones that I had with Yandere Dev and all the involved parties, right? And they were all sent to the FBI. And Yandere Dev's not in prison, right? Because like, you know, the story was already fucked. It was already public. The fucking dumb bitch YouTuber Let's Play whore that I forget the name of. I'm becoming racist. What's her name? I forgot her name too. I literally picture her face and her nose. She's got glasses, kind of like a pimply face, ponytail, long pointed nose, really self-righteous. She lied to me. Yeah. So basically her telling the minor to go talk to Yandere Dev and double reverse groom him probably is the reason that Yandere Dev's not in prison. Gotta be honest, but it turns out doing that predator hunting stuff can actually, you know, save predators from ending up in fucking prison. So maybe leave it to professionals. Sorry.
And I don't know how anyone can think that the predators are fake. No, these are not paid actors. These are child predators.
Who's that? I don't ever remember anybody saying that these are paid actors. Whoever said that? I have not heard that once. I assume these are disgusting old men on the internet, yeah.
Some of them even have records.
And the sheriff says admits to sending pornography to a child, is now charged with pandering
Yeah, but didn't that happen before you started predator hunting? It's almost like I have that too. Oh, 5 years ago in 2019. Interesting.
And the sheriff says admits to sending pornography to a child, is now charged with pandering obscenity. Wayne Barnett is 60 years old.
Isn't this before that video with Mr. Wayne Barnett?
Sheriff says Barnett sent the images
to
stolen
predator hunter valor.
A 12-year-old.
Yeah, people thought the predators were fake because the victims were fake. He faked other stories of
investigation into Barnett is not yet over.
Crazy. There we go.
Obscenity. Wayne Barnett is 60 years old, and the sheriff says Barnett sent the images to a 12-year-old.
Now, I'd like to clarify that I never actually claimed to personally get these arrests.
Guys, he literally said that on Half Baked.
If Mamamax could not get this guy looked at by the FBI, he should do something else.
I call out in the video to do something because they're the ones YouTube is going to listen to. They ain't going to listen to fucking me.
So you think your video is like the first in a domino effect?
I was thinking that exact thing. Yes. It was like a domino effect.
Steal the words.
I'm just trying to get the ball rolling, and I feel like no one's going to fucking care unless I make it this bombastic.
He needs to make it very bombastic. Bombastic chat.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that answer. All right.
Oh, okay.
So what is your primary goal? Is that
so you want to enact this change? What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Yes, that is a result of my video. Straight up. He just said that. Okay?
on and you said this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video.
Yes. Deorio is saying your words back to you, word for word. He's literally repeating it back to you, word for word.
But I never said this.
So you did.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Find out who he is. You did find out who he is, but you didn't put him in jail. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if we put him in jail. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime a predator is arrested,
Dude,
I
Get ready for a lot of this. This literally feels like the Onision case too. Literally, Chris Hansen got involved and everything got ruined because he wasn't going to the cops immediately with the evidence of proof.
always credit my audience who do the legwork.
And it was all thanks to you.
We called the police and got him arrested.
And finally, I think platforming survivors before we were ready to handle the public was a huge mistake.
Interesting.
I did read books and reach out to experts.
Guys, you gotta understand, he read Rick Alan Ross's book. He was basically an expert. Don't get me wrong, I like Rick Alan Ross's work too. It's a cults are something I find very interesting because of their play in politics. But like
and institutions to educate myself on the subject matter. I did get the consent of the victims who appeared in these videos before releasing them.
I wonder how Max feels about Spencer. Yeah, it makes you wonder.
And I did ask my peers for feedback, which most of them did not have anything negative to say until after the backlash.
Hey Caleb, we've just okay. First of all, big YouTuber no here. I would never do this. And if you do this, it gives I'm insecure and tiny YouTuber who wants somebody to glaze my ass. Okay. Hey Caleb, we just released a new video featuring Charlie, blending drama with the significant subject matter. Given your character and the insightful content you create, I'd really value your perspective on it. If you have a moment to spare, your feedback would be greatly appreciated and could add significant depth to the ongoing conversation. Guys, that's not just I'm looking to have a conversation. He's saying make a video about it. Okay? He's saying make a video about it. That's what he's saying. Okay? Your feedback would be greatly appreciated and could add significant depth to the ongoing conversation. He would like Oompa to add into the ongoing conversation. Yeah, ChatGPT statement, dude. I like it, man. Not sure how to assist with the view. It's very different from anything I've ever done. It's sort of difficult to exactly see the point. Still feels like an ARG, but it's good as fuck. Are you just trying to get Charlie's attention?
Most of them did not.
That is the most, like, he's literally not saying anything.
Not have anything negative to say until after.
I don't even use. It depends on the person, but I don't usually use my tuber friends' names in public. Nobody calls me by my first name. Literally everybody calls me Diesel. People in my real life call me Diesel.
After the backlash, but clearly none of us were ready for what ended up happening. And I do take a great share of responsibility for what happened. And I don't feel good about it. Those are just a few mistakes out of many, many more I know I've made. But I'm always learning and trying to do better. Genuine question here. Why did you betray Night Docs despite all that he did for you? Is he lying or is he telling the truth?
Do you think he contacted these YouTubers because the ones who are semi-competent at this would call him out on it? No, I think he was just looking for like easy layups to add into his like conversation, right? I don't think because he wasn't just contacting people who are semi-competent at drama. He was contacting people who were uber confident at drama as well.
False allegations concerning him.
He just thought he was smarter than what he was, really. I mean, that's just my idea of what I think is going on. I don't know.
I actually really want to talk about this. So
I meant in the predator catching space. I don't know. There's not a lot of really good guys there to determine anything, you know?
Background, I met Jim Pagel, creator of Night Docs, at PAX South 2020. This is where I also met Nexpo, Mudahar, and some other YouTubers. This was my first experience meeting other YouTubers, besides a random collaboration with Official Duck Studios in 2019.
Sorry, Official Duck Studios. Unironically, if Max just went into like making creepy videos on the internet content, he would be very successful. If Max had not gotten like in his high horse about this, he could have been making a lot of money doing like the same internet spooky stuff that Nexpo, or hell, maybe he could be one of those guys like Nightmind who puts a lot of effort into production. Okay, it's really part of what annoys me about Max, right, is that I understand his craft enough that I am annoyed that he threw it all away for something so ridiculous. I mean, granted, he's crazy, but it's outrageous to see somebody fumble when they could have done so much better for themselves. Like, just unironically, like he actually did some stupid shit and like turned his life into a tragedy because he wanted to die a martyr or something. It's ridiculous.
Go! Faster!
Anyway, this was my first real friend group with other influencers. And I was a bit awkward, to say the least.
Yeah, well, don't worry, buddy. They're all awkward, all right? I've been in a few influencer friend groups, and it don't get any less awkward. You're not the most autistic in the room. No joke, Max's hentai reviews weren't actually that bad. That's how I originally found him. If I really crash out, guys, I'll just review. Have you guys ever seen... Okay, this is complete. Have you guys ever seen the video where the guy's like, I'm reviewing which hamburger is the best hamburger of the fuck? And he's like, and here's 5 hamburgers, and he names out all the hamburgers. And then you can imagine what happens next. No, not the McChicken one. That's a separate video. It was a white guy. No, that was not me. There was a white guy. And he fucks the hamburgers and he determines which one's the best. 1 or all 5, each one, and then he reviewed which one was the best, you know. Why would you spoil it? Who does what with hamburger? This is a real video. Have you guys never seen this video? A real journalist. So you're gonna do that with various melons, Diesel? I didn't say that, chat. I did not say that. Does he eat it afterwards? I hope not. I don't think you want to eat the special sauce on that. I was watching a Northern Lion clip recently. He got like an autistic fixation with Howard Stern and the Sibian, right? And he was talking about like different people. He was like, I think the Octomom rode the Sibian. You know, that passes the smell test. And I was just thinking, I'm like, you know what I could see happening? A Germa stream, but he's riding a Sibian. Oh my god. I'm sorry, this is completely off topic for everything. Diesel, what is this? No, none of those words are in the Bible. You're telling me that doesn't sound like an evil Germa clip or something? Sexually progressive Germa can't hurt you. He's busy riding the Sibian right now on stream. Oh my god. But he was explaining why a Sibian is a good investment, right? Because like it's kind of like a conversation piece. You know, like you use your Sibian to pleasure yourself, but then you just kind of like leave it out for when like friends come by and you're like, yo man, do you want to ride my Sibian? You know, like I got it. Like somebody's got to use it. Like it's clean. Like you can use my Sibian. I'm sorry. That was just a complete derail. I'm begging you to stop.
Bro, you can speak to it? Yeah, I can speak fluently as fuck. You good, bro?
Chess.
What do we do? Argue with
Dude, you want me to play chess on stream so bad. I'm not good at it.
But I became very close with these people, specifically Night Docs and Nexpo.
So, no! And guys, whoa, guys, what's going on? Guys,
Dude, okay, hot take, Pandemic one-shotted Mamamax. You better keep that in the VOD. Editor, make sure you keep me talking about the Scythian in the VOD.
Stop, drawers, stop. The drawers, not my drawers.
I really do think the Pandemic one-shotted Mamamax. I think that's part of it. Right? I feel like the pandemic made a lot of people a little bit more crazy, and then some people just never recovered. I know we're 5 years out from the pandemic, but I think some people just never got it back. Like, ever since the pandemic, I've always been a little crazier. I'm just saying, like, it ruined us.
And Ruby and I ended up moving in with Night Docs when he invited me. And from what I remember, Jim was a very kind person and an extremely loyal friend.
Doesn't he just absolutely slander this guy?
Max and
yeah, I don't know. Max is crazy in 2015. Well, I'm not saying that the guy who reviewed hentai is a normal person, right? But I'd kind of be the gooner throwing stones in glass houses if I said that that was weird, right?
And Nexpo, like, those guys are as close to being my brothers as you can be without being blood related. I mean, I would do anything for those dudes.
And I have...
Oh yeah, the shit with Magnetar's GF as well. Yeah, totally.
So many fond memories with Jim. But
he's got the incel energy. That's what he's got. That's what it is. That's what's weird about Max. He's got the I've never been loved kind of energy to it, right? It's like fucking men with mommy issues be like, and then Max.
Jim would often get on Ryan's nerves, Nexpo, when we would film together. I remember this happened with pretty much every episode of Cringe Kitchen, as well as Ben Drowns Again. That we
okay. Unironically, these guys are too old looking. I like Nexpo, by the way. I've had like 1 or 2 really kind interactions with him. I think he's a nice guy. So I'm very sorry to say this about you, Nexpo. But all of you, except for Max, look way too old to be dancing in a kitchen, acting all goofy. All right. You know when somebody just like ages really poorly and the hairline is receding? It's like, honey, you might be 25, but that hairline's given 40. It's time to hang it up. All right. You coach a little league now. You don't play baseball on weekend with the boys.
Together. And I think it was because Jim has ADHD. He is prescribed Adderall and often drank a lot of energy drinks on top of a nicotine addiction. So
what
Jim
the fuck? Why is he outing Jim for enjoying some nicotine, dude?
Often get lost.
May want to wait on talking about Nexpo being nice. How bad does he expose something just completely deplorable about Nexpo in this? You know what's really funny is like every time I'll have like a conversation with a YouTuber, and I always try to like, be very careful about what I say about others, especially if they're not on the chopping block. And then they're like, actually, I hate his guts. It's like, guys, calm down.
In whatever he was doing, and this would result in Ryan getting pissed off and venting to me about Jim.
Probably bring maybe Max and Nexpo along too, if they're up for it. I know Max will be all on board with it. Max is like, always like, whenever I ask Max about anything, he's like, yeah, dude, let's do it. Come on, let's go. Like, he's really awesome that way. Ryan tends to be a little busier, and all that, so not as easy to get a hold of Nexpo all the time. He also shuts his phone off quite a lot too, so he's hard to get a hold of unless he wants to be available.
Ryan and I would become closer than brothers. I think just because he was a year older than me and our opposing personalities mixed well. And there were times when he would
Wait a second. Who's in that car with them? Go back, chat. Who's in that car? Who's in that car? Hold on. I know that other YouTuber in that car. Hold on.
Ryan and I
is that odds one out? Who the fuck is that blonde guy?
Would become closer than brothers.
That looks like him, right?
I think just because he was
is that odd one's out? Is that looks like odds one's out? Why is he in the car with them?
Me and our opposing personalities mixed well.
That's Nick. Nick who? There's an obvious joke there. I'm not gonna go there, but
and there were times when he would ask me questions about living with Jim. And I told him I would help.
Oh, that's Nick Crowley. That's Nick Crowley? I didn't know he was blonde. He looks just like Odd Ones Out.
Jim care for his girls when he was busy.
What is that?
I want him to be.
Who do you want to be here?
Max.
You miss Max? Well, I'll show.
All right, I don't know what Max is going to try and like. Okay, so from what I recall, chat, Max tried to slander Night Docs as like a pedo, right? At some point. And man, I think Max, it's a little too. I think this is a little too far. Bringing into kids like this. This is too far.
Max, this you want to tell anything to Max? If Max is sitting right here, what would you tell Max?
Max, I want you to come back.
Now let me be clear.
Max and Nexpo both tried to ruin Night Docs' life. From what I recall of the situation, Max basically perpetuated this lie that Night Docs was a pedo, right? And then everybody went along with it, trusting Max. Listen, excuse me for giving a little bit of grace, but that literally happened with me like a decade ago and a friend group I had. So I understand why people would trust their friend, right? Obviously, you should be skeptical of things like that when people come to you about it. And I think we know better now as people, right? But it's like, I understand why you would trust a friend when they're telling you something so egregious, especially when they cover that kind of content. You're like, okay, well, he must know what he's talking about. I'm going to defer to them because their opinion probably knows better, right? And that's just what we do all the time in regular life as well. Just for FYI, we're not objective truth machines, so I understand. That happened with Quiet, so I do give it grace. Well, I knew the crazy psycho that was exposing Quiet, so I was just there being like, I know it's fake, and like I was there day one with Quiet. But like with the Slazo stuff, which by the way, again, I always repeat this, like Slazo wasn't really our friend either. That's like a misnomer about how the story got perpetuated. But yeah, like Quiet is an example of that as well.
Because I would
people trust other people's friends, and you got to understand that people aren't like I said, they aren't objective truth machines. So I'm not surprised that YouTubers will be like, well, you're my friend and I trust you and you have good judgment on this, so I'm going to defer to you on this, right? It's like we got to defer to experts on things. Like when a doctor says, I think your balls are going to fall off, I got to kind of defer to him because he's the ball expert. You know what I mean? I might get a second opinion on the balls falling off, but like, yeah, you got to defer to an expert at some point. And YouTubers often give the veneer of being an expert. YouTubers aren't an expert at anything. But when you work in the field, right, you just got to kind of do that at certain points in your life. You can't be like an expert at everything to always know the right answer to everything. And you can't be so skeptical that it must be that everybody's lying, because then you become RFK brainworms brain rot guy. Diesel, my ball did fall off. I knew you were going to mention that the second I brought it up.
Supervise and feed the girls on occasion does not mean I think Jim is a bad father. Jim is actually very kind and loving. From everything I have seen, his children are very happy with him. I am just explaining my side of what was happening when I lived with him. So when Ryan and I would hang out without Jim, he was always very curious about what was going on at his place. So he would ask me questions, Ryan always loved talking about Jim. Anyway,
Why?
I fell in love with a woman who was helping me hunt predators.
I fell in love with a woman. Okay, I feel like that's a weird basis for a relationship. Oh boy.
You know, I don't want to say it, but I do think there's a non-0% chance he had sex with Spencer, okay?
Oh my god, we have so much in common. You love to stop predators. Or oh, we have so much in common. You hate pedophiles? Oh my god, I hate pedophiles too. We have so much in common.
And Jim graciously let me invite her to stay with me for a week. And this is when
I can't even tell what's a gag anymore from chat or not. Dude, Spencer breastfed him Homelander style. I'm not going to believe that. As funny as that sounds.
when I started hearing the first rumors about Jim from this girlfriend. Because she
Oh, okay. Now it's the mysterious girlfriend who told you that Jim was a piece of shit. Yeah, this girl serendipitously appears to smear your friend. Interesting. None of it... Okay, I'm sorry, but if you're the guy who gets on camera and you're the predator hunting guy, and one of your predator hunting staff comes to you and says, I think someone's a pedophile, the buck stops with you. If you press record on the camera and it's your face on the screen, the buck stops there. All right? It stops with your stupid twink ass, which, by the way, Twink Death really hit him hard. It stops with you and you alone, okay? It doesn't matter what she said. It stops with you.
Was chronically online and spent most of her time on all of our Discord servers.
Oh my god, yeah. The girl was chronically online. What else? Was she a fan of Hello Kitty? Huh? Was her favorite thing Kuromi and knife play, huh? Did she have BPD? Her hair was short, so she was already manic pixie maxing, okay?
And
let me guess, does she have 7 evil exes as well while we're at it?
Participated in a lot of the gossip that happens on these servers. It wasn't anything serious, it's just that Jim was very flirty with women, which isn't a crime, so I didn't really care. But again, when Ryan would ask me questions, I would...
No. God, the guy who's a YouTuber's flirty with women. You know, the thing is, if everybody was like, God, Diesel's really flirty with women, they'd be like, yeah. Which is funny, because I'm not even the most flirty. Apparently the most flirty is Beckett.
Would answer him honestly. And since he was also hearing some of the same stuff from his own Discord server, we would compare
Guys, it was the Discord mods. It wasn't me.
Notes and discuss what we've been hearing. And then we started witnessing firsthand how Jim would behave with women in real life, saying some pretty inappropriate things that would create some awkward situations. And it's not like he was hurting anyone.
Guys, the oldest guy in the group was being creepy when we were out flirting. I don't want to be that guy, but I think if Jim was hotter, he would have been able to get away with that.
But I think because of that, and the rumors, and some other personal stuff, over time, we started to distance ourselves from Jim, and eventually we just stopped talking to him.
Guys, the millennials didn't want to be friends with the weird, flirty Gen X dad. Wow. Guys, there was a generational gap in how they talked about women. That was about it. You know, it was probably a bit chauvinistic, maybe a bit misogynistic. But, like, really?
That was the extent of my relationship with Night Ducks, but things did not get that bad for him until VidCon 2022, when Ryan told Mutahar about all of this. And that's when Jen, Mutahar's wife...
Why is Doe being brought up in this, man? Dude, he's bringing up Doe's legal name, man. What the fuck?
Told us about her experiences with Night Dogs.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess he was a flirty ass guy, huh? Oh boy. Let me get another energy drink, chat. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. She got the black dress with the tights underneath. Got the something of the something. Fuck. I forget the song. You know that kind of girl from that 303 song died so the Hello Kitty girl could walk. It's crazy. We killed the mall goth so that way they become Discord kittens. It's crazy.
You know, and it regards like night docs. The whole situation is like, you know, you hear some things and then you're trying to figure out where they're coming from, and then you find out, you know, it was originating from Max the whole time.
Yeah.
Not that Night Docs doesn't have fault of things of his own.
Now I'm gonna leak her DMs that she sent during.
So Doe is saying, oh, a lot of it came from Max. Not that he doesn't have faults, but it doesn't sound like she's giving any specifics. And now we're leaking the DMs. Okay. Oh boy, I'm sure Doe loves this. It's been a really long year to be the wife of Mudahar. I've never had a bad experience with Doe myself personally. Again, just to say that, you know, I would understand if she's gonna if she gets mad. All right. Hey, remember a couple years ago hearing the whole gym and the waitress story and that you felt uncomfortable? Was a remember things wrong? It was a joke from Jim about him and I potentially spit roasting with a waitress that talked to us there. It came out of nowhere and it just surprised me, on top of me thinking it was just weird and disrespectful. Okay, so this guy was just like a horny, chauvinistic old guy, right? And that's all I'm getting here. So how do we get from this stuff to him being like a pedophile? Because that's what I want to know, and that's all that I'm seeing here. And also, what? Everybody blackballed and left this guy out to dry because Max was uncomfortable that he was being a bit like problematic with women. I mean, if it's really that much a problem, which by the way, guys do talk like this. It happens, right? I mean, you know, I'm a modern Zoomer coastal man. Actually, I'm probably an exception because listen, I know that if I provided, some of you would jump my bones in an instant. But this is screaming like I'm a protector of women guy, right? Like Max is an incel, yeah. He was saying how the waitress was into it. From what I remember, she wasn't around at all when the joke was made, and I can't recall him talking directly to her unless it was made while I was in the bathroom. I don't know. I remember everyone there being like, what the fuck, when he said that to me. And I can't speak for the waitress if she'd be into that talk or not. She's not present. Like, listen, man, if I work as like a waiter, you know, like if she's not present and the joke was off color, just be like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Or you play it for comedy, right? If my friend is like, yo, man, wouldn't you want to fuck that waitress with me in a threesome? Wouldn't that be hot, right? Or he's making some joke like that, right? I'd be like, bro, what are you fucking gay? I'm not fucking you and her at the same time. Maybe without you there, but I ain't participating with you. Like there are ways to diffuse that situation if you're a guy and you're like, I don't really fuck with that joke, in a way that doesn't instantly like turn it into like a big social conundrum, right? Because there are tons of ways, right? The way that like a guy will diffuse a situation or diffuse something that's like an uncomfortable thing will just be different than a woman. So I'm just telling you, like, you know, how maybe I would go about it, right? Wow, Diesel bi shaming. I know. Bi erasure. But he's saying that he said it to Doe. Well, this is clearly to the waitress. From what I remember, she wasn't around, blah, blah, blah. I'm just trying to piece it together because some things, because it's not cool. It's not a pedo, I guess. It was still out of pocket and obnoxious. Dude, okay. Listen, man. If one of your homies makes like an off-color joke, just be like, yo. And then like call them out on it. All right? Make them maybe even make somebody feel uncomfortable for a second, okay? And then just move on with your day. Okay? Literally just, you know, call them out and then move on. Just don't take it to the DMs and then yap about it, okay? Like just confront it. Like Jesus. Like I've confronted it when I have like a conflict with my friends because I don't want to go to bed thinking about it and then I'll think about it forever, right? Because I've had those moments when I was younger, and I realize now that I'm older that I shouldn't do shit like that because it'll just cause resentment in a friendship. So you just address it and then move on. I feel for the dude. I feel like it's a textbook divorced dad behavior. As for the other claims, I have no idea. To be honest, I will say it is textbook divorced dad. I can't imagine being a divorced father trying to get on the dating scene because everything you do is just gonna be like you're a creepy ass old man.
During my cancellation, to a witness.
He got too pushy with me before I met Muda. He can't read a room. Divorced dad out of practice. Many such cases.
Who will be speaking shortly. Hey, I remember a couple years ago hearing the whole...
Oh, he reads it out. Of course he does. Online dating as a 51-year-old widower is like trying to get hit by a meteor.
Mudahar and Jen were already saying, and I quote, Night Docs is a fucking creep. Even
as a son of a divorced dad who won't stop bringing women to the house we both live in, it's apparently easy.
Mudahar himself admits he did not hear any of the rumors from me.
In regards to Jim or Night Docs, there were two allegations. One of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were two key things.
Okay, so Max propagates a story, and then it goes from that friend group to Muda. Either way, it goes back to Max. We can trace the line back to you, right? He didn't hear it directly from you. But if that other person can vouch that it was you that started the rumor, you're still the guy who started the rumor.
One of them was him being asleep most days. And then
he's going to read out most of the screenshots, Diesel? Okay, well, for content's sake, I'll just read it myself.
Was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, you know, you gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I need to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and you know, in spite of all that, I still decided to, you know, hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people.
Dude, if I was Night Docs in this scenario, I think I'd crash out. I would crash out because that's no evidence whatsoever. I think I'm gonna still distance myself from him.
Anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal, and that's just because I don't really like to interact with somebody that even has that kind of an ick on them or that stain.
That's oh my god. Oh, is that aged really poorly, huh? Yeah, Mr. Friend with Nox Taku, huh? Oh god. Oh shit. So we get to pick and choose who's icky and who's not. I maybe it's a hot take, but I would have just preferred if Muda stayed homies with people that might have a quote unquote ick on them if there's no evidence, right? But it's just like I think it would be more respectable to stand behind a homie who you're like, I think this guy's fucked up, but I'm standing behind him, than to be like, oh, other people on the internet are telling me to stop being friends with you, so I'm gonna stop being friends with you. You know? Like, I don't know. I'd just rather somebody be like, I'm gonna stick to my guns rather than be controlled by the whims of the internet, right? That's what the Nux and Muda stuff that annoyed me like to no end, where you could tell Muda's opinions were just he was just trying to pick whatever side he thought was like the optically best side rather than his internal like conscience, right? And that's what really annoyed me. And it seemed like to me that he would have much rather to stay friends with Nux, right? Which, feel however you want about Nux, right? I get it. But it would have, in my opinion, been better if he just stuck behind his friend than bent over backwards because other people told him, right? Because it's like, oh, you have people that'll like stick by you, or you're a fair weather friend who nobody will ever want to stick by you, right? And it just came off as like Muda's like this fair weather friend who like will change his opinions based on whatever fucking drama is going on. And that's kind of shit.
Again, I don't know what's true or what isn't. In this situation, I just decided to dial back the friendship that I had.
His first problem was trusting Reddit. Well, that's also another thing where it's like, why are you even bothering to go on there? He seemed very concerned about the opinions of random glup shittos on the internet. And it's like, I obviously, like, I respect the opinions of my peers, but like, I'll like, I have friends that I stick by, right? And it's just like, I will stick by those friends.
Obviously, considering everything now, I'm more inclined to believe Jim at his word, given the other party.
So let's break this down. Mudahar claims that there were 2 allegations. One of them, only one of them, had come from me, allegedly, which was that Jim was a bad dad. And then Mudahar even admits he did not hear this rumor from me. It was from an anonymous source within the internal friend group that he intentionally does not name, who was spreading these rumors to him. And then the other...
Guys, I was only maybe partially to blame for some things. I'm not saying I did those things and there's no evidence of that.
Other allegation, which Mudahar has already implied, did not come from me, because remember, only one of them came from me allegedly. Which was that...
Okay, well, Max, in Muda's defense, you are kind of like a gossipy ass, messy bitch. So...
Jim was exposing himself to a minor over a Discord video call. So if these rumors did not come from me, who did they come from?
All right, buddy. We don't need to make it dramatic. Just get through the fucking video.
It was Ryan who spread those rumors to Mudahar. And from my memory...
Yeah, who's to say Max didn't tell the other person and told Muda? Exactly. This is literally a game of telephone, all right? Listen, I just know that something's rotten in Denmark and Max just smells like cheese. So, you know.
Mudahar and Jen spread those rumors to everyone else.
Oh my God. We're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, huh, Max?
Telling every other YouTuber that Night Docs is a predator who abuses his kids. And I was like, okay, I guess that's what these people do. For the record, I was not even present while this was happening. But you...
Oh, is that Blame It on Jorge in the picture?
You could say we were all responsible for spreading rumors about Night Docs. But
we were all responsible for blaming Night Docs. It's actually not just me, it's everybody. We all have a part to play in this. We're really trying to like, you know, spread that out. You know, I'm not a shitty person. I'm just saying we're all shitty people. Okay.
Of course, when I start getting canceled.
It's crazy when drama like this happens and it's like people I know. Because I genuinely, like, when I talk about the experiences I have with other YouTubers, I've genuinely actually had way more positive interactions with other YouTubers. But then for some reason, people get online and, like, lose their marbles, right? But these guys, like, people are normal people in real life most of the time. I've definitely, like, there's been some weirdos, but they make up a small fraction of the interactions I've had.
Reached out to Jim and pinned all of these rumors on me. My statement on the Mamamax video just released today by Nicholas Deorio, where I explained for the first time what Max did to me. I'm grateful to Nexpo.
Dude, Deorio can't stop getting wins lately, dude. All right, maybe you should save some wins for the rest of us, Mr. Deorio, okay? Fucking Hassan just calls you out for having a URR segment. All right, this is getting ridiculous.
Ordinary gamers and others who listened. I'm grateful to you. Night Docs will return soon. I know people have...
You wouldn't call Alex a normal person IRL, Lamau. Yeah, Alex is an exception. Alex is an exception. Alex is as bad as he appears online.
I've been wondering where I went and why I fell off so abruptly.
Just came here from Nick. He can't stop winning.
Comment section is full of questions. The truth is that over a 3 to 4 year time span, I experienced one traumatic event after another. I was suffering from severe depression.
Okay, I need a... All right, I don't know how else I would write this, considering this is a divorced man. I don't know what else you do for this. It's just... There's no way that you write a statement and you start with, I was depressed, and people not go, cry me a river, bitch, we all are, right? But also, you know, what else do we do? You know,
Then I went through a messy, identity-shattering divorce. The woman I loved and knew me better than anyone rejected me. I lost my job, facing more rejection about my ability to do what I was hired to do professionally. My grandmother died, my house flooded during the big Texas freeze, and since I no longer had a job, I was on a mortgage payment deferment, which meant I believed I didn't have home insurance, so I wasn't able to repair the damage, and my house became a depressing mess, falling into disrepair with a concrete slab for a floor. My house then caught fire during a live stream.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Is this Night Docs he's reading from? Yeah.
On top of all this...
Is any of that first paragraph true? Because that's outrageous.
Some of my closest friends who I thought knew me well completely rejected me and cut me off.
Damn, if this is real, and this guy didn't kill himself.
So this is true. We all cut him off. There were multiple reasons for why this happened. Some I already explained, and there's others I probably don't even know about.
When I lost all my friends, I just went away from YouTube and all that. Like, I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was like irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that I just, nobody would ever want to be around me. And I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit.
So you'd say this impacted your career, I guess?
Absolutely, it impacted my career. I completely fell off.
And while I was given an explanation...
I will say, it's like, he might have been like a horny old guy, you know? But that appears to be his greatest sin, you know? Oh my god. I will say, you know, when I lost my first YouTuber friend group, I was alone for a while. And I think if I wasn't in a relationship, I probably wouldn't have kept going and making content. And then I wouldn't be streaming now. But it's very rough when you like base your entire life around the internet and like all your friends are online. And then like some drama comes along and your friendships fall through. And then all of a sudden you're left alone. Like that's like, it's very difficult. So I get that. Obviously it wasn't like I was like a sex pest or something, right? But like the idea and feeling of having no friends is a really, really painful one for a lot of people. And that I resonate with that.
Make any sense to me. Then I found out that Max, who I had opened my home to and allowed to live rent-free just so I could have a friend nearby to help
But none of this absolves Max whatsoever, right? Like, hearing all of this stuff about Night Docs now just makes it sound like Max was a very bad friend to Night Docs. And none of that repairs anything whatsoever.
The loneliness and isolation I was feeling had gone behind my back and spread false allegations of the worst sort about me to my closest friends and didn't even have the courage to tell me. Worst of all, I could not defend myself because not only did I not even know my character had been completely assassinated, he had so much credibility both publicly and privately that I didn't stand a chance of being believed, even if I knew about what he had said. I simply wasn't strong enough anymore.
His allegations against me range from I'm a neglectful parent to I am a creep that I'm
like what does any of this do to prove Max's innocence? Because none of this really proves Max innocent. It just makes it look like Max is equally as guilty as Nexpo and Muda.
essentially.
And I'm sorry, but the pedo catcher guy kind of has this like higher burden of responsibility when it comes to these things, right?
The one that I was most bothered by really was when he was calling me a pedophile. He wasn't saying it publicly. None of the allegations.
Night Docs opened himself up to this, but he sounds not well and vulnerable. It makes Max look like he was taking advantage. It does sound like Max was taking advantage.
He had against me were said publicly. He was doing it all behind the scenes with the people that I was closest to.
The truth is that we were all doing this behind the scenes, but it seems no one else.
Guys, we were all doing it behind the scenes, not just me. Also, don't pay attention to anybody else. Just pay attention to how we're all guilty.
To take accountability for it. Among some of the many other
it's not proving his innocence. It's highlighting that he isn't the sole evil others made him to be. Well, here's the thing. It's also like it might be making the other people look shitty, but it's like two wrongs don't make a right, right? So this doesn't undo Max's culpability in any situation, right? This just makes other people look bad too. You know, you're just all playing around in the mud at that rate. So it doesn't like really change the situation at all.
Things they don't want to take any accountability for. But don't worry, we will get to them later. And as you will soon see, their noses are not clean. By this time, I'd
a picture Buddha picking his nose.
Completely run out of money and knew it was too dangerous for me to live alone. So I moved in with my parents, further eroding my self-esteem. My father and brother and I spent months repairing the damage from the flood and the fire and sold my house. I had what seemed to be undeniable empirical evidence that I was a toxic piece of shit that people were better off without. With nothing left to live for and no visible path to an existence worth enduring, I came within hours of doing something very stupid and very permanent. I had a plan, a place, and had made up my mind. I planned on leaving no note, because at this point I felt like I was so worthless that it wasn't even worth explaining anything. And then my daughters saved me. The image of their faces too young to understand and so unconditionally loving, it wasn't fair. My parents checked me into a mental health facility that evening where I stayed for over a week and a half. So I do feel really bad for Jim, and I can empathize.
I don't know what is this supposed to do, Max, because it just makes you look like a piece of shit. Like, I get it, you know, oh, Nexpo and Buddha are also bad, but then also I'm sitting here and I'm going, Max, I didn't know about this document before, and now I'm just looking at this going, you fucking piece of shit, why didn't you look into this and defend your friend?
With what he was going.
What, you were ready to drop your friend because he was being horny over a waitress? Because he was a divorced dad? Like, brother. Oh, you're telling me the Gen X dad was being a bit off color about a hot lady he saw in public. Ooh. Wait until you come across a real piece of shit, Max. It's almost like you hunt pedophiles. You should be like steeled to this.
Considering I'm going through...
Just tell your friend to settle down. Hey, divorced dad, just find somebody else and marry them, bitch.
Pretty much the exact...
Oh, wait, not that settle down. You mean settle down like stop being horny. Never mind. I was dogging on you, but never mind. You're right.
Same thing that these same people are claiming I orchestrated. Pretty interesting, huh? Until only last week, when Nexpo called me to tell me what Max had done to me behind the scenes, I really believed everything that had happened to me was...
I'm sorry, yeah, both work, and I believe in the worst in people, so, you know.
Deserved. I'm just now starting to put my life back together. So for any of you that just missed that, Night Docs just revealed that all of this is stemming from a call with Nexpo.
What Ryan initially told me, that him calling me a pedo or whatever, Ryan told me the story that he basically brought me up out of the blue.
So regarding Jim, there were two specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to Night Docs, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he backed up this claim with, firstly, a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25 or so. I'm not entirely sure, but that's that whole story that Max always referred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep. And it involved one trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop. And it made this, I guess, situation, or this dinner that they were...
Yeah, so your friend was being out of pocket at a dinner and none of you stopped him? I don't... Max is willing to be a messy bitch and talk about this behind the scenes, but not enough of a stand-up guy to be like, yo, stop gooning to the waitress. She's trying to serve us drinks.
Were at very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess you could call it, Max would perpetuate this narrative that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he would always refer back to these two stories. And I guess I just never really vetted them because Max kind of planted this idea in my head that, oh my god, we're associated with Jim, we have to cut Jim, we cannot be associated with someone like this, he's a pedophile, he's a creep, he's all of these things, and we can't associate with this guy. And in hindsight, it's silly.
Right now, your bullshit detectors are probably going off like crazy because this story makes absolutely no sense.
You're right, Nick. My bullshit detector is going off like...
This poor picture of Nick Deorio, bro. Oh my god.
Crazy. So Mutahar made two claims that he literally admits he did not hear from me. That Jim is a bad dad who sleeps all day, and that there's a Discord video of him unzipping his pants to a minor. Which is completely different from the two claims Ryan is making, which is that Jim was having an inappropriate conversation with a 25...
Oh my god, guys. There was gossip and the stories changed between both.
...year-old adult that apparently I claimed was a minor, and then that Jim is flirting with a waitress. And their response to these supposed claims is not to investigate it any further.
Not to be that guy, but you didn't investigate it either, Max. You're trying to make this sound like, I did the work. I looked into it. Bro, you just kind of let Night Docs have his life upended and then didn't stand there beside him while all this gossip continued around, and you could have squashed it and been like, listen, that's not what happened. But instead you let it propagate. I don't understand. You're not solely culpable, right? Everybody's culpable for gossiping it here, but you're treating it like you're not culpable at all, and you just are.
It's just to disassociate from Jim, even though they knew Jim longer than they knew me. They just blindly believed these claims I supposedly made that, again, Mutahar admits...
Well, of course they're going to believe the claims of, if Max claimed... Max... Right? When Max was talking about, I could literally cancel you, Charlie, right? Max gave off this position where that if he wanted to ruin somebody's career, he could have. Okay? Max could ruin somebody's career. because the predator hunter guy points at someone and says they're a predator, people are going to go, well, he must know what he's talking about. He's Mamamax.
I did not make. And okay, yeah, Nick, you're right. These stories don't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Dude, Nicholas Deorio is just living rent-free in the heads of so many people, dude. Jesus Christ.
Funny then that you made an entire video, your crowning achievement, based on these unsubstantiated.
I mean, is that really the crowning achievement? I think URR has surpassed this, actually.
Claims. Good job, buddy. I have a good therapist.
It's like he's showing that picture as an own, but it's just like Nick smiling and looking nice, you know.
Love me with the childlike innocence that heals with every hug and kiss on the cheek. They know that daddy is sad but are too young to understand. But they truly saved my life by simply being who they are, and the thought of them dealing with the fact that their father wouldn't be around for birthdays, graduations, weddings, all of the boy problems, it kept me alive. If not for myself, for them. I recommend watching Nicholas Deorio's latest video. Linked.
God, he must be fucking livid, dude. Holy shit.
Below, talking about what Max has done broadly. You'll hear me speak on the record for the first time about all of this. So just by looking at the thumbnail, I can immediately tell that Nicholas Deorio is going to be as honest and objective as possible.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. When people, this is so funny. This is funny. Okay, I'll let him continue. Let's see.
Possible. By giving me additional hair and enhancing the shadows on my forehead to make me look as creepy as possible.
You look fine in that image. You don't look ugly at all. I think it looks better with longer hair. You look sexy, you fucking stupid idiot. You're mean mugging in the picture. Why are you fucking pressed? You mean mugged in the original picture, and you're pressed that back, like Nick is making you look ugly in the thumbnail? He's not even making you look ugly. Why are you so insecure? He looks less creepy because it's a brighter image. He looks less creepy, but he's like mean mugging. What the fuck did he think it was gonna, like? Are you stupid?
It's not like this is an example of visual manipulation and deceptive framing.
Yeah, man. Because you crashed out. All right? Because the lumberjack look makes you look like you're mentally ill. All right? Like you should shave your beard and clean up. All right? If you want people to respect you when you're talking about something serious, clean up. Wear a suit and tie, bitch. Jesus.
To influence the perception of the audience that all of these dramaturgs...
All right, that one's fucked up, but you are looking kind of chunky these days, not gonna lie.
Are known to use. It's clearly an accurate representation of empirical truth and reality.
Yeah, and he looks real slay with blonde hair. Your point, bitch? You fucking kidding?
Especially given that Nicholas Deorio originally had no criticism when I first showed him the Charlie video. And then when...
Dude, first of all, when the Charlie video, this guy is such a disingenuous shit, dude. Nick is gonna literally rip him to pieces.
Once he saw the backlash, he changed his mind to have a few light criticisms. And then after Mudahar recruited him to be his lapdog in the defamation campaign, he took a complete 180 and did everything in his power to make me look as horrible as possible, literally creating a video called "This Video Will Make You Hate Mamamax." It's not like he lied to my face, saying he's going to keep everything between us, and then subsequently leaking our DMs and private conversations, without our consent, by the way, to get a head start on the narrative.
Oh, he leaked. Guys, he leaked the DMs. Oh, what a meanie beanie bobini. Sorry, single party consent state, buddy. Womp womp, get in line. Literally everybody, every time I publish a call too, some random fucking moron is like, oh, you leaking the shit. I don't want you to leak it. Yeah, because you look stupid. Oh, you're surprised Nicholas Deorio leaked your DMs? Ooh, Jesus, buddy. Wait, is this your first day in drama internet?
So that way I can't respond without everyone immediately think I'm lying about everything. Jim, I'm glad you got a platform to speak your truth that was worm-tongued into you by Ryan, who no longer wanted to be associated with his best friend that was getting canceled. Yet the survivors...
Neither did you! Dude, Max was going around to tubers and trying to shop a video to them. Okay? We've been actively contacting journalists and are consulting with multiple lawyers. That's a crock of shit. That's a crock of shit.
I have yet to be
Dude, look at how disingenuously Max is writing this, right? Right, so this is about like all the Camden Gerard Davis stuff and the fucking critical shit, right? Just to confirm, are you declining a platform for these survivors? Right? He's trying to put like a lot of responsibility on Nick to talk about things. Right? He's saying, oh, you're letting survivors of rape be silenced because you won't speak about it. You have a big platform, Nicholas Deorio.
Formed by any of these people, some of which outright denied us a platform.
Yeah, no shit. Because Nick smelled yo shit and it stank, bro.
Despite the fact that we are direct sources of information for our side of the story. It's almost like this was an orchestrated...
It's almost like that when the Camden Gerard Davis stuff hit the fan, you fumbled the bag very hard.
Attempt to keep us silent and only platform...
Dude, this is quite the funny one. We got Twitter versus Lyrics, who ain't even around anymore. Smaggle Daggle. Smaggle Daggle. Shout out. Smaggle Daggle. Doc on the radio. No, Doc on the radio. Ugh. Yikes. That's not good.
Form each other. What? No, that's not an echo chamber. That...
Yeah, the streamers got on a stream and talked about a video that was out. That's never happened before. Talk about this echo chamber where all these streamers talk about a thing together while on a live stream.
It's a beacon of truth. And then anyone that was asking critical questions of them or showing support to me or the survivors were getting doxxed and harassed for having a different opinion than what cancel culture would allow.
What do you mean? You're the way this is worded is that, yeah, dude, the cabal, dude, the cabal. At it again, man. Hey Diesel, if you don't platform my 20-minute video of me screaming I love clowns, you're denying a platform to survivors of anti-clown hatred. I'm sorry, clowns are just freaky like that. Which cabal? This is the previous cabal. I'm a leader in a crime family now, okay? I'm a leader in the commentary. We need a new name.
Celebrates 5 months of membership. Yo sup.
What happened to Lyrics? He's a music YouTuber now. He was like plying away privately on a music channel. The Slop Mafia. The Slop Mafia. There we go. That's our family. Nicholas Deorio is the godfather, but like I'm the capo of the Slop Mafia. And I have my little glupshitos under me. And yes, I am saying that Chris and Beckett are my lieutenants in this equation. But yeah, the way he's wording this, right, is that it sounds like Xylee is the one, like, doxing people. Xylee didn't dox shit, dude.
So yeah.
What about Xylee? She's in the lolcow content mines.
That's really great, Jim.
Isn't Keem the puppeteer of the Oreo dough? That's a good question. I think Keemstar is like the deep state, you know. Keemstar is the deep state that pays off the mob to do hits, you know. Did you see Rose Malay put out a lyrics video because he transitioned to music? Yeah, I know. And it's cringe. Dude, Rose Malay tries that with everybody. Anybody who comes into interaction with Rose Malay, she'll take a shot at.
Did to me pales in comparison to the damage he has caused to the women he allegedly abused and the victims of CSA that he's failed through his own narcissism and unchecked megalomania. I and my friends that you destroyed are moving on. The damage is done, but the healing has begun. Out of the darkness, we can all find light. Jim.
Diesel, in your opinion, who runs the cabal?
All right, the second I answer this question is going to be clip chipped. But it's definitely Deorio. It's definitely Deorio.
So, you all may be wondering, do I have any proof to my side of the story? You know, I really wish...
It's been 30 minutes. If you had proof, you would have shown it.
That was something you guys would ask of them. They have failed to provide any evidence that I did all of this, and yet everyone believes them. And now the burden of
Pope Nicholas Oreos.
proof is on me that
I need to start interviewing Glupshitos, dude. And for my videos, I need to develop a reputation. People are terrified of Deorio for no fucking reason.
did not do these things, which is actually impossible. How do you prove you did not do something? But I will show...
Okay, not to be that guy, but Max is totally the kind of person who would use the prove a negative thing to try and get an own on somebody. Like...
you what I do have.
Like, the whole prove a negative bullshit is exactly the kind of shit Max would do to other people.
So this is my Discord correspondence with Ryan. He deleted all of his messages.
Oh, that's weird as fuck, by the way. That's weird as fuck. I don't know why you're doing that, Nexpo. I don't know. That's weird. Why are you doing that?
I think because he knew I was going to expose him one day. There were
expose him for what?
Times he would talk shit.
By the way, did you see him talking to Corpse Husband there, right?
About Jim. Even videos where he would make fun of Jim. He deleted all of them.
Oh no, he had all these videos where he was being a dick to Jim. I wonder why he would delete those.
But I mean, feel free to read through my own messages. I looked up to Ryan like he was my older brother and always came to him for advice. Yeah, I think he doesn't want y'all to know that, since it contradicts his disavowing of me. Unfortunately for Ryan, you cannot delete messages from group chats that you've already left. Sorry, Nick, but you're gonna get caught in the crossfire. You can blame Muda and Ryan for making me do this.
Lol, do you not want to go? I thought that was the call for tomorrow. Is that what I said, idiot? You just fucking laughed, loser. I laugh at your lack of intelligence, blah, blah. James, I'm gonna groom the shit out of you, Bagel, with Night Cox Media.
Oh, I believe this was regarding Creator Clash.
Oh, Nathan Barnett. Oh my God. Isn't that Dad?
LOL. Do you not want to go?
Dude, dude, everything is like an Ouroboros, dude. It all orbits each other. That's beautiful. Ethan Hassan Destiny. How many degrees of Hassan are we in this situation, right? It's like degrees of Kevin Bacon. How about degrees of Hassan?
I thought that was for the call tomorrow. Is that what I said, idiot? You just...
Nah, Corpse Husband's fan base... The thing with Corpse Husband is that he just doesn't make music. That's it. There is a theory that he's a VTuber now, but I won't say who it is.
Fucking laughed, loser. I laugh at your lack of intelligence. You know who lacks intelligence? James, I'm gonna groom the shit out of you, Bagel, with Nightcox Media. Nightdocs banned a girl that we knew. He found out she was taken. So
Based.
Ryan is implying that Jim only wanted single girls in his Discord server. Stop. Bro, what is the context behind this? No one knows.
Bro, this is literally... Okay, ladies, if you've ever wanted to know if men gossip, I gotta tell you right now. Men gossip, and they are just as cunty as you. Sometimes cuntier.
The fuck, lol. The Jim lore is always expanding, I swear. Can't wait for his redemption arc. Jim when kitten logs into Discord.
So they're just like calling him an e-gooner, dude. Who gives a shit?
Is this Jim? Is this Jim?
Hi everyone, so I just wanted to hop on here real quick and tell you that I am actually breaking up with Jason.
No. Okay, well that video is mentally ill. I gotta
What do you mean?
This also comes off as major shitpost, yeah.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
We don't gossip, we talk, but it's just as petty. Nah, let's not color it as something else.
Jason.
Would you guys still be down to do part of the iceberg? I'm gonna pick it up next month after I get a few more vids done. I heard Night Dix is...
Oh my god. Dude, Nick Crowley, I stand with Kiwi Farms. Nexpo podcast win.
down for the part with young girls. Go suck his cock? Yes, that's all I do. To be honest. VidCon? Fell off? Huh? The fuck? I'm sick of you guys treating me like shit.
It just sounds like these guys were dogging on Jim for being a horny old guy, dude. These guys sound like an absolute... These all just sound like rancid, like rude, gossipy friends, man. I wouldn't want to know if my friends were talking to me. I have nothing but good things to say about the people in my life. I gotta be honest. I got a really good group of people that I really, really like. And I don't really have anything bad to say about them. And, like, I always try to, like, resolve issues when we got issues, right?
Start a new friend group with Jim. He made both of you, to be honest. Dude, you fell off. Damn it, is that a Jim moment? Bro, did you collab with him Pagel of Night Doc?
Dude, this is actually such a nothing burger, okay?
Famous Webby nominated YouTuber? Yo's a Night Doc's media production. He really went to bat for me this time. That's deep. Want to hear something even more deep and heartbreaking? When I'm with you guys, I feel like I'm the low man on the totem pole. Bro, are you serious, dude?
Dude, these guys are actually proving that Jim was right, if those are things Jim was saying. Okay, these guys are being like those, like, social climby loser, like, YouTubers, dude. Oh my god. Check Max's social blade. Oh shit. Oh brother. Is his subs are dropping, I'm guessing? I mean, that has to be it. I assume his subs are dropping.
Come on, man. Shit, I feel bad, dude. If it makes you feel better, man, your content's trash and you fell off. But dude, you shouldn't feel that way. Honestly, man, I do. I know my content is far superior, but it's just the algorithm, man.
Dude, if these guys are actually shit friends, man. These guys are actually just shit friends. Nexpo, my opinion has changed. Never mind. I know this is 2021 and everybody was going freako mode, but like, this is piece of shit behavior, right? If one of your friends are struggling with the algorithm and you're actually friends with them, maybe you should actually sit down with them and be like, listen, here's what's wrong with your content. I want you to be able to be successful. And then actually help them, motherfucker. Right? Because this whole little gossipy behind the scenes bullshit is just disgustingly cringe. Like, this is pathetic. All right? Oh, you have somebody who feels like they're like less than because you're all famous YouTubers and he's not, but you guys choose to be friends with him. Oh, well, you just keep him around to be like the funny monkey? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You're disgusting. Like, you people suck.
Dude, just keep trying, bro. Maybe you'll hit the algorithm in 2047. LOL. Pathetic.
You're a piece of shit. You're all pieces of shit. You're all pieces of shit. Oh, Nexpo's just as bad as, you know, everybody else, right?
Yo, what the fuck?
He deleted a video or videos because he lost 2 million of video views in one night. Yeah, he probably did.
How the fuck are you two going to turn me into a gym like this? Yo, what the fuck? So just for context, this is a group chat. Glink invited Ryan and Jim to, and Ryan would often make fun of Jim for wanting to go to events that we were invited to. Let's play a game. Spot the Gym. Lamau.
These guys are actually pieces of shit. But this doesn't unpiece of shit Max, right? Because like Max is trying to like woke scold them like that. But it just means that Max was participating and being like this shitty friend. Yeah, they're being mean girls. I don't understand. There's so many YouTubers that have the perception and attitude that those guys have in that group chat, by the way, because I've seen it before, because that's how drama starts, right? But it's just like, if you have a friend who's not as successful, don't like do that whole like behind the scenes bullshit stuff. Like help them. Help them. There's nothing wrong with helping them. It doesn't make less of you, right? Like there's nothing like, I don't understand. Kindness goes a long way, you know? It's not a fucking competition, all right? I'm not sitting here being like, how the fuck do I compete with such and such, all right? I have friends that are doing something. They come to me, they ask for help. I help them, they help me, we help each other, all right? Like that whole like, oh, we're better than you shit. Literally actually get off your high horse. You make horror videos on the internet for teenagers, okay? You make horror slop for children. You don't matter. You will die one day, and the most you'll have is a Wikitubia page. That is how little you matter. I'm actually like disgusted. None of this undoes Max, by the way, right? My actual like anger and frustration with it. But I'm annoyed because like you're grown ass men. You're grown ass men, and that's how you act. Like it's disgusting. Like the fuck. Like this industry has existed long enough that people should know how you act. You know, like I can't, like who the fuck would want to act around these people? Like that's disgusting.
You inconvenience me consistently. In other words, when we make a podcast, you tell me, slut. Whenever you're ready.
A lot of YouTubers seem to think the game operates by Highlander rules. I don't know why they do. I don't know why they think that.
Brainstorm names. We include Nick and Jim. Fuck no.
Literally 0% of this absolves you, Max. 0%.
Can't have me without Jim. Podcast when? Finally got a name. The Night Ducks Media Podcast, a subsidiary of Night Ducks Media Incorporated, LLC.
Guys, he made an LLC for his business. What an absolute loser.
2022.
Yeah, dude, it's like it's an ego thing. It's an ego thing. If a YouTuber is successful, they will attribute that success to some like whim of, you know, their supreme genius, right? You see it all the fucking time. A YouTuber is successful, they think they understand how the fucking system works, right? No. A lot of it's luck. A lot of it is luck. All right? People think like, oh, the algorithm, this, that, or the other thing. I figured it out. I've understood the system. No, you don't. No, you don't. That happens all the time. Everybody talks like that. Everybody acts like that. It's not true. Okay? You got lucky. Every YouTuber you've seen get successful. 90% luck, 10% the ability to make a video.
Fuck both of you seeing Night Ducks Media live. Got any friends that might want random shit from my place? I got the couches, 2 beds, a lazy boy chair, 2 desks, office chair, 2 dressers, shelves, etc. Jim. I believe this was right after Jim's house caught fire, by the way. Write that shit down, that's the funniest thing you've ever said. I hope you continue to use it for years to come. I'm sorry I let you down. Lamau. Bro, what is the context behind?
Yeah, like everybody who's been successful is like luck, and then they're consistent, and then they make exactly what made them successful. But like, make no mistake, it could fall out from under you any night. So like, do your work, get your bag, save your money, which is a lot of things that YouTubers don't do. None of them save money, okay? If you want to see a group of young people who get famous really quickly spend all their money, hang out with YouTubers, okay? Because you will come across so many people that live above their means so quick.
Random DM last night. He's with Oki right now. Oki was asking me about Jim when we met him in LA. WTF, wait, this is for real? I told him we parted ways but didn't delve into detail. 100%. It's real. So I'm assuming they talked
Oh my god, I'm absolutely floored.
Invited? I believe this was the invite for Lightwave. Yes, going.
Dude, Kino Corner shout out. Kino Corner shout out.
I think Jim might be there. LMFAO typical. I'll ask. Tell him the fucking deal straight. We don't mesh anymore, my mans. I'll let them know. Boys, we merch trading at VidCon? What size?
What's the read on Oki anyway? I think Oki sided with technicals.
You wear, bitch.
I can't remember the specifics, so don't take that as gospel, please.
Muda, large, gonna make you a walking advertisement like Jim did.
So I'm no longer Nexpo. I'm officially Night Docs. I'm a walking advertisement. So is Max. Hey, do you feel like you're being used, man? Because you're walking ad.
So you know that really recontextualizes it, right? Like when Nexpo was doing that originally, maybe it was that he was friendly with Jim, but now that I see that, I'm just like, oh, you're actually sneak dissing. That's sneak dissing bullshit, bro. Holy shit.
So I believe this was a text message from Nick to Ryan. I was right, man. Jim's making a statement. Shut the fuck up. What we do? Trying to get a coffee or what? So you can see here, Ryan was always very concerned about Jim speaking up. Holy shit, boys. Anyone see Jim's story? Deleted Instagram off my phone, what'd it say? Showed this tweet with a sappy message. Love it when someone decides that not only are they not your friend anymore, but they poison the well for everyone else you were friends with. Sounds familiar. I think I know who he's talking about. I'm telling you, dude, he thinks everything is 100%.
Yeah, but none of this absolves you, Max. You've just been engaging in the bullshit with them. You didn't go, dude, this is kind of cringe. Why are we doing this?
Me, I know it.
You know, like you didn't have any single kind of moral standing to say that this is fucked up or wrong.
It is.
Yeah,
So
this is
I'm
literally all. This has been 36 minutes of dirty laundry.
half joking here. Clearly,
Like I keep reiterating it, right? Because I'm sure that we could all be like Nexpo's and F-slur, but like Max is encouraging this bullshit and not putting his foot down. Meanwhile, he's sitting here saying how bad this behavior is.
we are all accountable for shit-talking Night Docs, but up until Mudahar was involved, Ryan was the most vocal about Jim. Fuck you. I need to talk to you, please. Bro, stop. Photoshopped.
Why is Nexpo talking to Harley TBS? Why is Harley TBS in the recents?
FAO. You gonna talk to him? No, I don't think I will. So I believe this was during Pick a Side YouTube. Jim was fighting off the commentary channels. You sure do know how to win a man's heart. Always with you, dude.
Yeah, he was arguing with Deorio. I saw that.
He reached out to me so many fucking times and you said not to reply and that you had him blocked. So I don't remember ever saying this. So a few months before, I asked Ryan if we should block him and he told me yes. So I actually didn't tell him to block Jim. I was just asking if we should. But I didn't want to block Jim.
If I ever saw messages like this from Chris or Beckett, I'd light them up like a Christmas tree. Oh my god.
Because I felt he was owed an explanation from the both of us. But whatever. Now he 100% thinks I'm the one talking shit about him.
You know, I'm sitting here and I think the people that I consider my friends, I think I might truly be a blessed man. I truly am blessed. I don't know if another way to put it. These people are deplorable.
I'm pulling the strings here.
Yeah, Nexpo makes horror content.
I can talk to him about it if you want. Or we can. Or just not say anything more, I don't know. Up to you. That put me in a shitty spot and now I look like a fucking asshole. I'm sorry, man, I didn't even think about that. We should talk to him together then. Shut up. Kill yourself. Why do everyone in Squid Game look the same?
Okay, that took a second for me to clock it, but that one, that was fucked up, but that was funny.
Yeah. Something to note about YouTubers. They spread a lot of rumors, they love to gossip, and they love
I think humans just love the gossip, but I don't know if YouTubers are particularly gossipy people because they stopped aging out of high school. I feel like a lot of YouTubers were so terminally online, high school was their last interaction with like mass society. So they never go through all those growing pains and experiences that ages you. I don't know. I feel honestly I do feel really lucky that I wasn't like uber successful out of high school. Because I got to experience a lot of the things that I feel keep me grounded. I mean, I'm fucking, I don't know, maybe I'm cuckoo bananas, but like, Jesus. I thought you were going to say YouTubers aren't people. No, it's true. They're not.
Appear.
It's definitely like a people thing. Left the community semi-recently that I figured out was like this. And the people were 30 to 40. Yeah, I think a lot of people have their last, like, surrounding social interactions in high school. And so a lot of people don't grow out of that, right? Think about if you're like in your hometown. Like I know a lot of people in my hometown. There's a lot of people who married their high school sweethearts, dude. And they've been here forever. And I see them at the gym and shit. And I'm like, rough. But yeah, I also know that drama is the thing that just carries on into adult life. Like the ability, and I've talked about this on prior streams, and some people have brought it up, right?
You goon to goblins, you are just as weird as us.
All right, listen here. Listen here. Right, but someone in the chat was like, I work in security, and conflict management is actually a really rare thing to see. People, they just can't. People just never learned.
Like they
Diesel,
don't.
you'll be the YouTuber that ordained his mod's wedding. Jesus.
But they most certainly do. Keep in mind, this is only what I have saved. There was a lot more in my DMs with Ryan, and it was much worse in person. It's also pretty interesting that Ryan has privated all of his Cringe Kitchen episodes with me and Jim. And if you go to the ones that are still public, you will notice his audience thinks it's because of my involvement. But all of his videos with me are still public. I think he might be trying to hide some things in those videos that could verify what I am saying.
So actually, I'm going to be joined by Mamamax and Night Docs. Let's get
Why does it always look like Nexpo's been punched in the face?
some music going.
Why is he always like, every single video I've seen of him in this has been like, he looks like he has a black eye.
And Night Docs knows I'm not the type to talk at like...
Well, did you like ever reach out to Night Docs? This kind of sounds like you should like talk to him and like squash your shit. Like maybe there's an apology. He does. So he does speak to Night Docs in this? Okay.
Parties. I'm a pretty quiet guy.
Mamamax and Night Docs do live together. Yeah, he's actually upstairs right now, working on. I think he's working on his next
video
right now. He'll be standing.
Like I just fucking like it. Kind of sounds like you should fucking talk to him.
In there, he might not be saying much, and then you hand him a camera, and things just start happening, and it's really cool.
But people who love to get drunk and run their mouths, that is Nexpo and Mutahar. Luckily for Mutahar, I don't have any evidence of him calling Jim a predator. He mostly did that in person when he was drunk, but from my memory, he was very vocal about gossiping, not just about Jim, but pretty
Nobody, guys in IT, when you give them 2 light beers.
much every other creator that thought they were his friend.
Muda is a wonderful, wonderful human being. You guys have, like, he's exactly like you see on his videos. Like, he's just so full of energy. He's got like the quickest wit I've ever seen. It's so hard to keep up. Like, I generally have a lot to say about everything in general.
Goblin gooning is the best gooning. 2 types of chatters, anti-goblin and pro-goblin propaganda.
But I got nothing on Muda. Muda's got a really hot take on just about everything.
There are so many YouTubers that can substantiate this, like Nick Crowley.
Nick, what the fuck are we watching?
We're
Bro.
Could you hand me that thing full of ash?
Trust me, I need you to tell me, man. Max, what are we watching, dude?
Trust me, just watch.
Who said anything?
Shut up, Nexpo.
Ashes to ashes, dust to mud.
I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Wow.
Get me out of here.
But he's probably going to defend himself and his friends. But that's okay, because there's one witness who is brave enough to speak up today.
Oh, brother. Now I gotta listen to another Glup Shitto talk about the Night Docs Gooner expose.
Hi, I go by Prox. I'm here to provide a new perspective on the relationship.
Oh my god, you look like an internet person.
Between Max, Ryan, Muda, Nick Crowley, myself, and Jim. Specifically as a witness as it pertains to the allegations from Ryan and Mudahar that...
Are they watching their own YouTube videos in a home theater? That's kind of sad. Okay.
Max destroyed Jim's character. Before I get into the main topic, I want to give context on who I am and why my perspective is important. I've been involved with these guys for over 5 years, and I have first-hand experience with many of the people and events I'm going to talk about. Here's a brief rundown of the projects I've been a part of. On April 27th,
this guy has a vested interest in Mamamax's career staying afloat, as he's worked with Mamamax. Okay.
2020, I was a part of Ryan's project called Ben Drowns Again.
Guys, Nexpo is a really high-powered artist, okay? He's like the Jordan Peele of YouTube. He did a creepypasta short film. That's okay. We're just going to sit here into silence for that. You got to understand that he's a really, really artistic person. Yeah.
On July 15th, 2021, I was part of Ryan's Walton Files analysis.
But the person filming this can be heard in the background saying the following.
So, on June 24th, 2022, I was a part of Ryan's project, The Darkest Half-Life mod, which you won't find...
Okay, alright. Whenever I start to hear shit like this, and I realize what these YouTubers make, the funnier it gets, because I just can't get over how fucking deplorable some of those messages were. And again, let me just repeat, this does not absolve Max of all the insane shit he did. Period. This just makes them both bad. But Max is worse, but it makes him bad anyway. All right? But imagine thinking highly of yourself when you make videos about Half-Life mods and the Walton Files. Okay? You are nothing. You are nothing, and you will die like the rest of us, and you will be 6 feet under, and your legacy will not exist because it is not generational wealth that you have. Period.
Without the Wayback Machine.
A strange temptation awaits him.
I really need to take these pills. This channel used to be called Nexpo After Hours and was publicly available. Uploaded on May 1st, 2022, I was a part of a video with Ryan and Nick called Meeting Dream at 3 a.m.
Can I kiss you? I mean, can I shake your hand? I mean, can I touch you? I mean, Mr. Dream.
Whoa.
Mr. Dream.
Oh, it's Dream. Oh my
Dream
god.
come true.
Dude. White male coworkers at the insurance agency I work at just be acting like this. I'm just making people up.
This was only a tiny fraction of the stupid shit we'd do at...
I actually like... I liked Nexpo's videos, personally. I don't watch them anymore, because I'm just not interested in that type of content. And when I did Loudmouse, he was very chill. He was fun to have on there, right? But it's like, now I see this, and I'm just like, oh, you're just like a prissy little bitch who thinks you're better than everybody else. It's like, fuck you then. Who gives a shit? I don't want to deal with a person like you. Fuck off, bitch. Like, I don't have time for that kind of person anymore. I don't want to fucking deal with that. Like, I do, like, genuinely, like, I try not to be rude in public, but it's like shit like this. It's like, maybe I should be a little bit ruder to the people I meet.
Max's place at the time. On January 18th, 2022, I was in Muda's video titled A Lot Happened This Weekend.
Like Friday night, you know, Ryan came over, Prox, and Max came over, and we just kind of like had a good time.
On July 29th, 2022, I was a part of Muda's video titled The YouTube Disaster You've Never Heard Of. I wish I was never part of this mostly negative video at all.
And shout out to Prox, by the way.
On April 7th, 2021, I was part of Jim's video titled This Video Can Physically Attack You.
This guy totally has a furry, like, alt account. I'm so sorry.
I've never been a part of any project that was specifically for Nick Crowley, though we did hang out a lot behind the scenes for various other projects, like for Max, Ryan, and etc. And I've helped Max with almost all of his post-2020 content. On July 13th, 2021,
he has that vibe about him, you know what I mean? He just has that furry vibe.
Uploaded the video titled Raising Cane's Chicken Is Not What It Seems documentary, featuring Nexpo, Mamamax, Some Ordinary Gamers, Nick Crowley, Night Docs, and so on.
Okay, I'm gonna make a judgment call on Nick Crowley because he was also in there. I'm just more annoyed at Nexpo's behavior because I've met him before, and I even complimented him earlier on the stream. But Nick Crowley, in my opinion, if any one of them were to be a passport bro, I feel like it would be Nick Crowley. I don't know why. I just feel like he would be one of them. It's just my opinion. All right? He was involved. He was also dogging on Jim, but that section was focusing on Nexpo. But he was also involved in that.
Now that I've established my history with these guys, let me start from...
He just has that look. He just has that look. It's just my opinion. I'm not saying he is. He's probably very respectful, okay? What's a passport bro? So a passport bro is a guy who is usually a white guy, and he flies to poor countries, usually a place like Thailand, which, by the way, Internet Anarchist is also one of these people, and he's actually one of these people. But they're the guys that, like, fly off to, like, a place like Thailand, and then Thai women fuck them because they're a rich white foreigner in their country, and they think, oh, if I fuck this guy, he'll marry me, and then I'll get to live a life of not poverty, right? So they basically abuse the privilege of being a white man in a poor person country to get pussy and then, you know, walk off with it. That's what Internet Anarchist does, right? I think Bald and Bankrupt has also done that as well, by the way, just in case you didn't know.
The beginning. The story begins for me around August of 2019 when I first met...
Yeah, it's like a whole thing, right? There's businesses that facilitate it.
...at Max. This was shortly after he released his video covering Kanye Quest. Ryan would notice the video and collaborate with Max on the same topic a couple months later. It was around this time, in early 2020, that Max and Ryan would become good friends. Max messaged me about a new collaborative project he was going to be a part of that Nexpo was filming, which wasn't too far from me. I believe it was the night of April 25th that I drove over to Jim's house and met Ryan and Jim for the first time, where we also pranked Max before he showed up.
Which question? How do you feel about the current health crisis in the world? Yeah.
Filming for this project, which ended up being Ben Drowns Again.
Look it, it's Nexpo. It's Nexpo from YouTube.
Was
based
fun,
on a
went smoothly.
I'm sorry.
Most of the time.
Making a short film based on a creepypasta is just... Maybe it's the classically trained film person in me, but there's just something so incredibly cringe about that, okay? There's just something so, like... Something... It almost like disgusts me in like an artistic, it's like the soul of Roger Ebert is like speaking through me, okay, and giving me, it gives Kick-Assia vibes.
Ryan was arguably taking this project more seriously than anything he's done before. He gathered several creators together to film a real-life storyline of sorts. Therefore, when Jim tried to share ideas with Ryan, on and off set, whether it's an extra scene there, a drone shot there, etc., the response from Ryan ranged from warm reception.
And then also, by the way, YouTubers just, it's really hard. I've taken acting classes. I don't think I'm amazing, right? I definitely would need more. YouTubers can't act. Max is an exception. He can mean mug really well, but that's about it.
To downright.
Have you noticed people who don't go to film school make horror movies and people who did make ones about depression? Well, the funny thing is, the reason you make a horror movie is because they're very cheap, right? So I understand why you'd make a horror movie because the budget can be really low.
Frustration. Not too long after the project started,
but yes, that is kind of like a, you know, black tank top movie type
Ryan
thing.
would voice his frustrations to the rest of us without Jim being present. A good example would be when Jim would fly his drone over the woods decently far away to get some B-roll before almost entirely losing his drone and panicking about it for the next hour. This was a detour
The flesh tuber. You know, at some point I gotta use my VTuber regularly because I spent money on it, you know? But it's always such a toss-up because people want to goon to me, you know?
Caused another delay. In retrospect,
I know the calf tattoo, yeah.
most of what Jim did wasn't like this at all.
Oof. I need to watch this Ben Drowns Again thing. The color grading on this is atrocious. They did not film this raw. That is terrible.
Jim's a bit of a...
Hey, so Mishi said she made you a pickle and you are using it.
clumsy guy who makes mistakes. I mean, who doesn't? But overall, I argue that most of what Ryan was complaining about boiled down to Jim's mostly harmless suggestions.
People want to goon to me. FPS Diesel 2025. I speak nothing but the truth.
Suggestions and criticisms to him, which Ryan just couldn't bother to be more patient about, regardless of, again, how much of an asset Jim was to the project. Behind the scenes on this project was the beginning of a long era.
I will visit the Oshi either way.
Era for Ryan as we knew him personally, one that was fueled by contempt for Jim. You can absolutely bet that Ryan had a list of complaints after every one of these videos, which he of course started to only share with Max and I, since this was a continued outlet for venting his frustrations about working with Jim. You know, forget the fact that Ryan and Jim have a longer history together than any of us. Forget the fact that Jim sourced an important location and actor for the film, along with being one himself. Also, forget the fact that Jim made an entire score just for this video. Despite how useful Jim was to this project, Ryan just wasn't having it. Ryan's lack of consideration for Jim would only get worse.
Dude, this is a really, really ridiculous takedown of Nexpo.
From here. After filming for Ben Drowns Again concluded, Neff and
none of this absolves Max, but he does make Nexpo look really bad in this.
his partner went home, and it was down to the four of us for the rest of 2020. Max started living with Jim for a few months, and we would
it is all hearsay, yeah. It is filler as well.
Continue to regularly collaborate, with videos like Strange Flyers around Portland, Oregon, the Randonautica video, the Rabbit Hole video, the Cringe Kitchen episodes, which...
It's very clear that Night Docs has some professional film experience. But, yeah, also, who cares about what this Clipshido has to say?
All featured Night Docs at this point. I mean, they were literally filmed at his house. And, oh yeah, the Kids Chat video, where all of them, including Muda, collaborated and made their own video. Very interesting. What I was mainly up to around this time was just hanging out with everyone off set. We'd go to restaurants.
So literally he's just the guy that hangs around guy.
Bars, stuff like that.
Yeah, he's just trying to put all the blame Night Docs rumors onto everyone else. Yeah, but it doesn't even look like that too, because Max hasn't even presented it that way. Max has just presented himself as also being just as bad as the rest of them, and them all being shitty to Night Docs.
Enjoying your Coke.
It's a Pepsi.
Every friend group, yeah, I understand where it's like everybody has the friend group where you dog on the person, but like there's like a whole, like, you understand where the jokes stop and you can like be genuine with them.
Except for
and
one,
it seems like that wasn't even the case.
Time at the bar we frequented, Jim made a surprise inappropriate comment to me involving our waitress at the time, as he's done on multiple occasions. Though this moment was ultimately harmless, it did bring up a discussion among the rest of us about this behavior. Max has stories of Jim flirting with waitresses, so...
Yeah, that was also Dojangle's messages. What the fuck? That was what, like, this is just conjecture. We just go on this guy's words. Yeah, I know. They genuinely believe Jim was a creep to women. And then none of them talked to him about it. These 3 other grown men were like, our friend is being really creepy towards women. And their response to that, to be like, I don't know, protectors of women, was to do nothing.
Does Ryan. So much later, when Ryan says this,
Another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep, and it involved...
I know, they probably thought it was funny in the moment too. And then they started being like, ain't Jim such a loser? Fucking loser, divorced, blah, 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 blah.
Trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop.
he is insinuating that Max is the only one with stories like this, and that Max was the only one who thought that Jim was acting inappropriate
I don't understand the logic behind just gossiping about somebody you don't like instead of dropping them, or I don't know, talking to them. Well, that's what I keep saying. It's like if they were like homies with Night Docs and they didn't fuck with his behavior or something like that, none of these guys talk to him or anything. And also, they just let this poor waitress get negged and harassed by this random guy, basically. Like,
waitresses. Already in just this instance of this video, Ryan...
So it's like, oh, wow, Max, protector of women, lets them get hit on by his creepy friend. What a great guy, that Mamamax.
Ryan is either intentionally deceiving everyone by staying vague and manipulating facts, or after all these years, he's just turned into an idiot baby that genuinely forgot everything. However, when 2020 was starting to end and Max moved out of Jim's place, an evolution happened. Instead of complaining about Jim's behavior, why don't we just make fun of him? All the time. A group gossip tradition of sorts, spearheaded by Ryan, since, from what
and Max was a part of it. Who gives a shit who started it?
I remember, making fun of Jim would be more than half of the things he's ever...
I don't care who started it. I cared that you guys did it, dude.
...said around
I don't
me.
give a shit who's the most culpable in it. You're all doing this dumb bullshit.
I'll do another one. I don't mean to be a Jim, but...
As if Max, the known woman harasser, would even recognize what harassment is. Yeah, like if you're bystander harassment, you aren't the good guy if the harasser is your friend. Yes.
No, dude, go ahead. Ryan would come over when Max and I were hanging out at his new apartment, busting in and saying shit like, "Yo, is this Nightcock's Media production by Jim fucking Pagel? I'm gonna groom the shit out of you. Out of the darkness, we can all find light." Ryan would also make fun of his videos.
I kind of just have to take your word on it, okay?
One example that I remember Ryan religiously making fun of was Jim's new character at the time, Noctis. He made this character because in the rabbit hole video prior, Ryan donned his rabbit persona.
You know what? Okay, actually, in hindsight, yes. Everything between Nexpo, Nick Crowley, Night Docs, this guy, everybody. Okay, this is all giving, this is all giving Kickassia nostalgia critic, but for spooky teens type thing. Okay, this is nostalgia critic at home. Dude, Nexpo and all of them just turned into fucking... They just all turned into fucking nostalgia critic cinematic universe, dude. What the fuck?
And it was...
And there were women who were harassed. There were women harassed in this. History, guys. Like I said, history rhymes.
Clear that the...
Well, of course it does. Nexpo and Nick Crowley run a ghost hunting channel. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This character was in a group with Max and Jim. So Jim probably thought, hey, I should make...
Dude, this is everybody not paying attention to Hotline Miami and then making a bunch of Hotline Miami OCs and then adding them into your little Kickassia universe.
A cool character of my own. However, he was already fighting a
Who's
losing
the one talking in this video? He's like the glup shit of friend who hung out with them.
battle, because the whole character thing was only cool when Ryan and Max did it. He also made fun of this. He also made fun of this.
I don't play by the rules.
Damn it! He also made fun of this.
Night Dogs. It's Nexpo. I hope you're doing alright, man. I haven't heard from you in a while.
and so many more.
Is this Nexpo watching Night Docs in a Tesla?
What am I doing?
I agree, brother. What are we doing?
You see, Ryan may look like a calm, calculated, and almost mysterious individual on camera. Off camera, however, he's a huge shit talker. He's also very impatient and quite condescending. In fact, just about every conversation I've seen—
Wow, a YouTuber's condescending? Many such cases.
Seen Ryan in, he's always in the center of it with the loudest voice and the funniest jokes. A big ego, only trumped by one other guy I know. Ryan's
none of it does nothing for Max, exactly. None of this does anything for Max. None of this absolves Max, it just makes it look like a shit person who hangs out with shit people. You know what they say, birds of a feather, right?
Jock bro behavior would only be compounded with the introduction of Nick Crowley to the group in March of 2021. Not because Nick was particularly brutal to Jim or anything, he was always very toned back about it compared to what Ryan would spit out daily. And he was a bit late to the Jim lore, but because Nick was involved with the boys now, and there's another cool bro in the group, meaning Ryan has another—
Y'all could never make me hate Nick Crowley. I don't... You know, I think I've just come to the conclusion that I'm just not going to watch YouTube anymore, because I can't like anybody who doesn't... Like, everybody gets into drama, so it's like I can't like anything anymore.
Cool bro friend to boast to. Wait, what if we replaced Jim? And yeah, that's exactly what happened. Ryan's been wanting to cut Jim out for a long time, and he took this as the perfect opportunity. As of March 2021, this is the last month I can find collaborations with Jim and the rest of the group. And then there's my video, which appears to be the actual last one. However, it was also filmed in March. It wasn't just some big coincidence that Jim didn't appear—
Is Max gonna jump or stay alive? I don't know.
Videos anymore. It was indicative of what was happening behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the rest of us continued with collaborations, hangouts, and all the usual stuff with nothing notable until January of 2022 when we met up with Muda in Houston. This is where I met him and Jen for the first time in person. At this point, Muda was becoming much more involved with the group, or more specifically, Ryan. Nothing too notable, except for Ryan, who wanted me to tell my gym waitress story to Muda.
Every scene he shows of them together shows how very white this group is. I think Nexpo's like Nexpo's giving Latino.
And Jen personally. And by this point, it wasn't uncommon for him to encourage others into talking about their own experiences with Jim. Why?
Who gives
you should
a
ask
shit
Ryan.
about any of this, dude?
At this
I
point,
don't
though,
care.
Jim
I don't
wasn't
care.
just gone, he was still trying to keep touch, which we didn't. And he was rightfully upset
That's very sad
about this. We took his kindness for granted, we slowly phased him out, and then we dumped him. And the fearless leader of the boys, the ultimate gym aficionado himself, was happier about this than anyone. If the other guys in the group were forced to tell you the truth, they would tell you something similar. So, that's what happened to Jim. In conclusion, there's a lot more I want to say, but I also wanted to keep this testimony brief. I don't know who exactly spread rumors that Jim is a predator that abuses his kids, because I wasn't at VidCon 2022 where—
Why is Plain Rock there? Why is Plain Rock there? I have a theory this guy got fired by Nexpo. I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, Plain Rock is in every photo. I don't know how that guy gets everywhere, dude, but he is literally everywhere.
these rumors started. I can only tell you what I've personally witnessed.
Yeah, rip gamer from Mars in these photos, dude.
Which seems to be the opposite of the picture Ryan and Muda want to paint. They pinned this on the one guy who still wanted—
Ain't no way Max is doing the... Max is dressed up with the Disco Elysium, which one is Plain Rock? The Asian guy.
Because I wasn't at—
There, that's Plain Rock right there.
at VidCon 2022 where these rumors started. I can only tell you what I've personally witnessed, which seems to be the opposite of the picture Ryan and Muda want to paint. They pinned this.
Max wearing a +2 shivers hat that makes you racist. Oh my god. Dude, Mamamax is actually hairy and he's turned into his Kim and he's being like, oh, look at me.
On the one guy who still wanted to maintain contact with Jim at this point. There's something clearly wrong with the mainstream narrative. Based on everything we've just covered, I'll let you be the judge. Jim deserves to know the truth, and he's long overdue for an apology.
Yeah, but why, if Jim is this, why didn't anybody talk to Jim before this?
Jim, I'm deeply sorry.
Why is this where the apology is happening? Did any of you fucking losers go to Jim and tell him these things? Nobody went to Jim, right? This is probably where Jim is finding out this dumb bullshit.
For the way I treated you, and how we all treated you. You deserve better friends.
Alright, we're rolling.
Okay, so I'm gonna say go this time. I'm probably gonna be like past the cars barely, and I'm gonna run slower. So it'll be easier to catch up and all that, so. Alright, I'm gonna go now. Alright, go.
What a beautiful shot. Can't see anything. Belphegor, what?
Jim, I am so sorry all of this happened to you. There's so much more I need to say.
Why is this happening here? Have you talked to Jim? I'm guessing no.
Talk if you're up for it.
Oh my god. Okay, you people suck. You people suck. You people suck. I don't need to listen. I feel like I don't really need to listen to the rest of this because this first part is so terrible. All right? This first part of the video is an hour long. You didn't even do him the decency of talking to him. Okay? And you're telling all this shit that he probably should know. The Spencer part is Kino? Is it really that Kino?
I miss you, man, and I hope you can walk away from all of this stronger than ever.
Spare yourself and get to the Spencer part. Okay, I will take a piss, skip to the Spencer part, and be right back. So let me do that. There's Kino in the video. Okay. Please, Diesel, this is my third time. I will skip to the Spencer part when I get back, okay? If I click on the Spencer part, is that where fucking Himpleton is gonna be? Is that where Himpleton's gonna be? My hands are washed. My hands are washed, chat. Okay. Hey. Literally dying out here. How am I supposed to prove it? Smell test. There's like a little bit of a shine, you know. They're like, it's still a little moist, but not like super moist. TLDR for Muda, bad friend. Tommy C lives in Max's head. Rent free. URR mentioned Discord NDA. Muda crimes, including contempt of court, and Carl Jopes mentions to sue Muda. Okay. Wait, Max intends to sue Muda? Okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that, Max. I'm sure with all your no money you got these days.
Why is Spencer claiming you're starving her? Just for context, Spencer is the cult survivor.
Dude. Dude, Gemini is like the worst version of Google Assistant. Okay? Like they've actually enshittified my phone by updating it. I was wondering, I was like, who the fuck is speaking?
We were helping. Max starving and hurting Spencer? Looks like
all right, honey ain't starving.
Spencer is on Facebook in groups asking for money for moving. She is claiming Max is domestically abusing her and starving her. She doesn't say his name, but it's very implied because she lives with him. Wasn't Max supposed to give her a bunch of money? Seems like she spent it or he lied. Here's screenshots I got, but covered people not involved with him. I met this young girl online from a post she shared in a local group. She's doing her best to get out of a really bad domestic situation. She's trying to get back local to stay with friends where she will no longer have to starve, but can't bring herself to abandon her dog there. I know
this video is killing me. How is this thing? I'm gonna watch it tomorrow morning. It's bad. It's bad. He shows the same picture that everybody uses of you to try and make fun of you.
Don't get it, but some will. She found a friend who will foster her dog until she gets on her feet. She just needs some help. Even small donations add up.
This is the fucking scam. Where's my
Dude,
nacho?
why does he keep censoring Spencer? Okay, he is deliberately censoring Spencer and her cleavage in every single clip.
Fries. Yeah, dude.
All I can tell you is that we had plenty of food when she was living here.
Should have stuck with the werewolf vampire cult.
I think Camden Gerard Davis would have saved them, actually.
We always got her food every time she asked.
Damn, no wonder this bitch is so fat. She keeps eating McDonald's. I'm sorry. It was just an easy one. I'm sorry.
When she wasn't buying her own food, I would go to the food bank and get her food or pay for her food or share our food with her.
I can't. The first thing that he's talking about with her is her eating all the food in the house.
I even got her $31.63 worth of Taco Bell while...
What? Holy shit. Why is that included? Dude, why is Max sitting around feeding his stay-at-home fat wife over here, dude?
Why does he have so many clips of this
Why is he,
eating, bro?
yeah, why does he have so much recorded information of Spencer eating? That's weird, dude.
While she was packing her stuff, and barbacoa tacos at her request before she left. Besides that, I don't know. So are the allegations that Spencer brought up true? You decide for yourself.
Spencer was gonna be his Nikocado avocado. Guys, we caught Camden Gerard Davis Spencer ate him.
So apparently one of her friends leaked a private message that I guess she was sending out to all her friends. So I ended up moving in with the YouTuber that was supposed to help me expose the cult, as it was my last resort. So this is true. Spencer moved in because she was in the middle of a crisis, getting kicked out of her family home. She had nowhere else to stay. And since we were making a documentary, I thought it would be beneficial to have her close.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Especially since a big part of this documentary was to get her independence. There's also multiple people living at my house. She's been a family friend for years.
Ain't no way they're at another fucking kitchen table getting ready for a meal over here. All right. Every single clip in this video has been either Spencer vaping or eating food, dude. All right? She's like a fucking coal factory. She just consumes energy and puffs out smoke.
And so I didn't think it would be weird if we invite her to stay in one of the empty rooms we have, temporarily. Even her father came to meet me and my other roommates, and we all agreed this arrangement was fine. But of course, the internet made malicious rumors about us because of this. In retrospect,
that you were getting freaky? Because that's kind of what you're giving right now, dude.
It was.
I want to know why he thought having an MLK poster on the wall behind him, the virtue signal, is crazy. Well, I was saying that he has that up for his future black girlfriend, so she knows that he's an ally.
A bad idea. I know, guys. You tried to tell me. Because she is a disrespectful roommate, a very demanding individual, and a hyper-reactive personality.
I mean, I'm very... Maybe this is why Camden Gerard Davis abused her. This girl makes a mess in the house.
Which we will address soon. He promised to cover food, medical...
What the fuck, dude? What? Hold on, I gotta see some of that shit. Where she was like, what do you... There is no... You're telling me Spencer tore up the chair? What is she?
Was a bad idea. I know, guys. You tried to tell me. Because she...
What is happening here?
Is
Dude, she's ripping a hole in the wall. What the fuck, dude? She's a werewolf.
Disrespectful roommate.
Dude, she's like spilling sugar on the floor. What, you get a giant baby living in your house?
Fat shaming was unexpected.
Very demanding.
And then she's spreading plant shit all over the floor. Like
individual and
like this stuff. Like, is she a dog? Like, what is this? This is a dog, dude. This is not a person.
And a hyper-reactive person.
And she's like ripping plugs out at like the seam. I don't think this lady can do that. I don't believe that.
Personality, which we will address soon. He promised to cover...
Hold on. Wait. That oven. The oven.
And a hyper-reactive personality, which we will address soon.
She's like she ripped like the oven button out.
He promised to cover food, medical, everything.
Suddenly the byline between Max and Scarlet Report all comes together. What are the odds other pedo hunters
Listen,
are
they're
also
just trying to make sure that victims are well fed, okay? It was a full moon, Diesel.
Well, he only wanted to help for the money, so he never paid any of my medical from the start. This isn't true. I paid for her first few bills, but then after everything that happened, I literally could not afford to even keep us in this house unless we were all working together. And so she agreed to get a job and start earning on her own, which is what I wanted her to do anyway, so she could become independent. He was buying food at first, but then he tanked his career, which in turn has people convinced I'm a bad person like him, so people are stalking me online. So there are people stalking her and me online. There is a
guys, all the mean people online up there, Slug. All the mean people online are A-logging me for being an asshole. Why am I suffering the consequences of my actions?
Community of cyberstalkers that...
Oh, yes, community of cyberstalkers. You hired Slug, if I remember.
That are really quite disturbing.
Isn't that the guy that did the video on Mamamax?
and are genuinely cyberstalking.
First of all, I was one of the OG people to cover Mamamax. I was actually the person.
Himpleton's legacy has actually lasted longer than Himpleton's YouTube career. That's actually kind of phenomenal. The problem is that the problem is this isn't Himpleton's only win. Okay, he might be the jonkler living in the halfway house, but he's at least got 2 wins.
You got the feds sicked on him, which was a secret for a long time.
So this is just one of my many cyberstalkers who has a documented history of stalking not just me, but many other people. They describe themselves as legitimately insane.
Yeah, okay, listen, buddy, it's Himpleton. Okay, he's got literally 1K subs. Are you really giving a lot of credence to this right now? You're actually making him more powerful.
Their YouTube about page. And has obsessively
shoe emoji, dude.
Created a number of disturbing videos about me, including one that's so egregious that it's unlisted, where he is stalking me, finding and murdering one of my team members. And
oh my god, he's killing one of my OCs in his video, guys. Dude, I can't believe it. He's killing one of my OCs. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Decapitating them and sacrificing their severed head on an altar.
You know what? Honestly, I think Himpleton's producing Kino right now. So.
Or something. These are the types of sources for the defamation campaign. And again, he is just one of many cyberstalkers that frequent the Mamamax cyberstalking subreddits. So in the beginning, I did advise Spencer to remain anonymous until the end of the documentary.
Yeah, well, that didn't really last long, now did it?
But she did not like the idea. I warned her about the tactics people may use against us and suggested leaving the online interactions to me. But she continued to be hyper-reactive. And even after I told her that...
Dude, I let my crazy manic pixie BBW stay-at-home girlfriend dictate my direction in life. Surprisingly many such cases.
My subreddits are not actually mine, but are targeted by cyberstalkers. She still chose to interact with them. Every time I gave her advice...
Why are we censoring her face? We know who she is. Everybody knows who she is. She was out there.
She ignored it. So she can blame me for people cyberstalking her, but you can't protect someone that isn't going to listen. So people are stalking me online and wants me out because he's not making money off of me, but still wants to make money off of me. I never wanted to make money off of her. I even told her she didn't want to do the documentary, and I told her that's okay. Hey Spencer, your birthday is coming up later this month, and I'd like to take you back to Wiley to be with your family. While we're there, we should figure out the healthiest living situation for you. This current one isn't supporting the best lifestyle for any of us, and I don't want to add unnecessary...
This guy's trying to get this crazy bitch out of his house, and he's like really stepping on eggshells to be like, listen, I think it would be really good if we just, you know, get you somewhere else right now. It's almost like, Max, you touched the sun and you shouldn't have, okay? All right, that's a one guy ass chatter right there. He has receipts. He goes through them slowly. He does not make baseless accusations, and he addresses the question. Max clears the air. Watch the video. He has me convinced it's a good video. Don't be a mindless hate trained mob, honestly. Yeah, listen, none of what I've seen in this video absolves Max of any of the wrongdoings he did. If anything, it just makes other people look bad too. Guys, why are you being mean when covering my YouTuber? My YouTuber has finally addressed the allegations. It's been a year, buddy.
Pressure by pushing too hard or dealing with an eviction process. I still believe your story is incredibly important and should be shared.
He's literally just pulling everyone under the bus with him. It's like, Oh, Spencer was actually kind of a piece of shit, says Max. Max prior to this. Spencer is a victim. Everybody should listen to what she has to say. I wonder who the buck stops with. It's almost like the buck stops with Max. That's what I've said at the beginning of the stream. That's what I'll say now. Max hits upload. Max hits go live. When Max makes a mistake, that's on Max. It's not on other people. It stops with him. He needs to be the vetter of the information. He needs to be the final say. If he's going to let some crazy fucking yapper get on his stream and vape Nation all the way into a paycheck, then that's on Max, not on them. Are they responsible too? Sure, but it stops with Max.
With the world. I'd like to help you write a memoir about your experiences both in and out of the cult alongside finishing this documentary. Let me know what you think and if you have any questions. I guess I'll have to find housing for Belfie so I don't lose him for good. Anywhere I'd have to go, can't house him. And honestly, I'd rather not do the documentary.
I can't. That has to be him on an alt or something. That's way too funny.
Or anything else regarding the cult. It's not good for
statements like the hate train just give me the you don't follow drama enough to have a consistent conversation about why Max got all the shit, right? This was a long time coming. The Camden Gerard Davis was the other shoe that dropped, all right? But that dog was going to have its day, all right? It was coming whether Max wanted it to or not. It was going to fuck up one day, and then that would come.
Mental health, and I don't ever want to be in the public eye again after what happened. We can care for Belf if needed, and I don't blame you. We don't have to do the documentary. Your health is priority. But later down the line when you're feeling better, you should absolutely consider writing a book. Your experiences are important and you're not alone. But still wants to make money off of me?
Well, you did kind of say that, hey, Spencer, I want to help you write a book.
He got me a dog. We'll come back to that. He got me a dog.
I'm not defending Max, by the way. He did fuck up big time, but the tables have turned. I mean, just on the gym situation alone. Damn, Nexpo and Muda, holy shit. Yeah, but that doesn't absolve Max of being involved in the toxic little gossip group with the girlies. I'm sorry, he's just a silent participant at the very least.
And had me move everything I owned to anchor me. Yeah, I did not want her to move everything to anchor her. I did not know she was bringing her entire life with her, and she spent a lot of money. I simply wanted to document her experience throughout this entire process. I figured out a foster for my dog until I can figure permanent housing out.
It is what it is. The spirit of Tipster lives long over the storied history of commentary.
So I offered to keep him because I love that guy. And she said it was the last resort. Hey Spencer, I'm sorry things didn't go as planned. The internet is a strange place these days, and I thought reaching out to...
It sounds like a bad breakup, yeah.
...right people would make everything okay. What happened to us was really traumatizing, not gonna lie, and I know therapy will help both of us. I encourage you to take all the healthiest steps. I want to see you happy again. I think going home is the best choice for you. All your roots are in DFW, and hopefully the green will cheer you up. Rest assured, Belf will always be yours, but we'll take good care of him if you need us to. I know things were tense at times living together, but I think time and space will help. You'll always have a friend in me, and if you ever want to talk, please reach out. I still believe you have an important story that needs to be heard, now more than ever. Get the recovery you deserve, but please don't ever give up. Thank you for being concerned about my mental well-being. I hope you are doing well, and if not, also seek the help that I am. I'm currently seeking a home for Belfie, as him staying here would be last resort, and I would hate to burden you further with taking care of him. You are right, this is an important story, but at this time I think I need to put the project on hold as I try to work on myself. But my biggest issue is needing someone willing to drive the full 18 hours from Dallas to here and back. I have the U-Haul trailer figured out, but I'm panicked because if I don't get out after my dog leaves on the 15th, I'll be stuck here until after my birthday, and have no way to really feed myself. None of that is true. How would I get my stuff back? Pack a few suitcases for the trip. We'll leave on the 24th early in the...
Dude, I cannot. This is like a relationship. This is like a relationship, dude. They're like breaking up. Oh my god. If I had a woman in my house, I don't give a shit if she is the biggest victim on earth. I mean, yeah, their jokes write themselves. But if I have a woman in my house and she literally punches a hole in my wall, I'm not giving her a week to leave or putting up with her bullshit. If you put a hole in my wall, guess where you're going? Outside. Outside. I'm going to throw all your shit outside. If you rip up my fucking furniture like that, like she was doing, I'm not going to be like, oh, take your time, honey, get out of here. I'd be like, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my house. I'm calling the police if you don't leave. You have 24 hours. Go find a place to stay. I don't care.
Morning. Once y'all figure out the permanent residence for you, I'll pay for a pod and load it up and send it to you. That sound good? I have somewhere my stuff can go already. I could honestly pack up whatever would fit for now in my friend's car, so you don't need a big pod, and she could come get me sooner if you'd prefer. I'll be staying with her anyways. I've been having to live off donating plasma because I was limited to remote work, and I don't qualify for anything remote due to my experience.
And I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Spencer, but she is not disabled enough that if she can put a hole like that in a wall, she can be a greeter at Walmart, okay? Put in some hours at work.
So she wasn't the only one living off of donating plasma.
Oh my god. Oh my god. None of this absolves Max. Again, let me just be clear, all right? All these stupid things that Max has put himself into are Max's fault, all right?
We were all donating.
Chatter be like, I'm going to watch the video again. Brother, your guy is the one who did this. I'm sorry.
Plasma because times were tough. I was limited to remote work. That's because we all got jobs and none of us could drive her to work.
Kicken_the_ Swede celebrates 12 months of
yeah,
membership.
the watermelon
Good
stream is
morning,
actually
Pookie.
next week.
Did I miss the watermelon? Watermelon emoji.
Oh my god.
And she couldn't really perform at an actual job.
Regret to inform you that due to several reasons, your employment with the spot will be terminated, blah, blah, blah. We appreciate your contributions and wish you best in your future endeavors. Why are you not going to clarify? I would appreciate that at least. It's several reasons of complaints from employees there. Not being able to clean due to your disabilities, which is another thing for this job. Not meant for what we need. Someone who can do these things.
So remote work was the best option for her. What the absolute hell did you send me? It's for AI training. It's legit, I promise. Dude, I don't have the brain capacity to answer everything at once.
I've seen people like Spencer before, given the stuff I've done in like my professional life. This is definitely a real conversation.
If this is the application, how hard is the job? Applications can be long, but the $20 an hour makes it worth the effort. I know you're capable of writing out complex ideas. I believe in you.
Spencer's giving birdie vibes. That's a really great way to put it.
I probably could if my mind didn't feel like a 50-car collision, but I don't have the mental energy for all that writing. If I did, I wouldn't have so many unfinished stories from the past 5 years sitting in my docs. I called more vape shops and sent my resume.
Of course you want to work at a vape shop. Of course. Oh my god, you're so cliche. If I had a friend like this, I'd stop helping them, honestly.
Super proud of you for job searching. Just a heads up.
Oh my god, Max could not be more furious in these messages. These are the people who dominate the Chronic Lime subreddit. Yep.
We are about to be super busy with work, so carpooling will be less frequent, and a high-paying remote job would be best for you guys. More money means more chances to take care of your health, and better health will lead to an awesome life. This AI training job is a perfect opportunity. I know writing can be draining right now, but using your creative brain is like building a muscle. It gets easier and even feels empowering with enough
Dude,
time.
this guy is being like, get a fucking job, bitch. Get a job.
Time and effort. You might even get back to finish those stories, as you absolutely should. That's just my recommendation. I won't force it on you if you don't want it. But also don't
Dude,
give up.
I have had conversations like this with people, and it is so frustrating because they just don't want to help themselves. They just want to be coddled, okay?
So
you
easily.
can't help people like
I
this.
believe in you. But believing in yourself is what truly matters.
Oh my god, this guy's walking on eggshells like crazy.
So as you can see, she didn't even really want to try. He's not physically hurting me, but was withholding funds that were supposed to be mine since January. Saw me struggling to donate plasma just to feed my dog and myself. So the funds were meant for all of the survivors, not just for her. And after I discovered she was mishandling the money for her personal expenses, I...
Look at his response to her text. No fuck. Okay, not only she doesn't answer. Sunday passes. Can y'all pick up McDonald's order for me on the way back? Yes, just try to save money during the week. Belfie needs blank soon. Vet soon, probably, right? This lady. This lady ignores him and then hits him with the, can you pick up my McDonald's?
Didn't even really want to try. He's not physically hurting me, but was withholding funds that were supposed to be mine since January. Saw me struggling to donate plasma just to feed my dog and myself. So the funds were meant for all of the survivors, not just for her. And after I discovered she was...
Dude, you know, Max might be a many things, but I think he's being honest about this stuff with Spencer. Because Spencer is... I've seen Spencer's type in real life. I've met a Spencer in real life. Okay? He's an idiot, by the way. This is his fault for letting Spencer being in charge of the money, by the way. So this is again, the buck stops with Max. Okay? Let's say it again, chat. The buck stops with Max. All right? But Max should have been smart enough to have been able to clock those things earlier.
Mishandling the money for her personal expenses, I took over as the financial manager. Also, she wanted to donate plasma. She was always asking us to take...
Tell us, Diesel, what is Spencer's problem? I mean, she has arrested development. That's really the best way to put it.
...her to donate plasma. Even then, we never...
Yeah, I'm also glad he went through this for all of us. Better him than me.
...let Belf go hungry. Whether or not she was paying for his food or not feeding him. Gaslights me and also tried to convince me to break up with Michael. I don't know what she means by gaslighting her, and I never tried to convince her to break up with her boyfriend. I was just asking her if she was in a healthy relationship. Because by her own words, she has been in abusive relationships before. And as a friend, this current one didn't look that great. To me and pretty much everyone else.
No fucking way. Crazy. Are we surprised?
Mainly because he enables her self-isolation. She stayed in her room and talked to him 24/7.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. These people bullied someone out of my chronic illness sub for having cancer, which is more privileged than a POTS haver. I've only met one person with POTS, and it was Nani. Take that for how you will.
That looked very unhealthy to me. He had
Hold on, okay.
$5,000 that he was supposed to give back to me.
Wait, so she had an online boyfriend? Is this a real boyfriend, or is she in like a fake online relationship with some glup shito?
As funds for the survivors of the cult, but everyone else fucked off. I asked for the money every now and again, but his excuse was always something about bills. Yes, bills are real. I finally remembered again today, and he's taking $1,700 in expenses.
Dude, Max is really fucking mad about this shit.
And I told her I could itemize those expenses, but she said it was fine. Also, whatever happened to the $5,000 in survivor funds I sent back to you in January for the GoFundMe? It could really help.
But also, I would hate someone like Max as a friend. He seems like savior complexing so hard to save Spencer. Yeah. So, like, Spencer is, like, this worst kind of person, learned helplessness, never going to fix their shit kind of person. And Max is this, like, hyper savior, must save and fix every single person kind of person. So it's like this perpetual Sisyphean treadmill of Max trying to help someone that he can't help. And that's just, it's so incredibly amazing because it's like the immovable object comes across the yada yada. You get it. Like he can't help, but he needs to because of his mental affliction. And she can't be helped because of her mental affliction. It's the perfect kind of toxic relationship. Amazing.
Me access better mental health treatment when I leave, as well as get me situated when I arrive, and possibly even a storage unit for my valuables so I don't have to worry about moving everything I own in the future if I don't need it. It would really make things 10 times easier. You still have 33...
You really just called Spencer the movable object. Well, I kind of called her the boulder in the Sisyphean allegory. But you know, I mean, I guess Max could be the boulder too.
100 after expenses. All I ask is to give me time.
When Captain Save-A-Ho meets a pick-me, yeah.
To send it. Is 5 payments of $660 per month okay? What expenses? Housing and utilities, Belf's property damage, the hitch, etc. Would you like me to provide an itemized breakdown? No, that's fine. Just wanted to double check. Could you possibly send that first payment before Belfie leaves so I can get him a bag of food for his trip? But I decided it was better to give the rest of the money to the other survivors because Spencer used the money for personal expenses. Hey, I'm in the ER right now and may be admitted. I really need that second payment.
Oh my god, of course.
Tomorrow.
Of course.
Please. Hey Spencer, what are you in the ER for? Respiratory came in last Monday too, but I've not...
Oh my god, of course. You're in the ER and you ain't in an emergency at all, bitch. That's not surprising.
Improved. I wake up literally unable to breathe at all.
Dude, the vape copper shavings got to her lungs, man.
And I'm now admitted.
Just the microplastics have taken her out.
Waiting to be transferred, but I have 2 ER visits to pay off now. They're giving me magnesium right now.
Dude, I unironically know somebody just like this. This is crazy.
Really sorry to hear that, but I've already distributed the remaining funds to other survivors since it was meant for everyone. However, I can definitely send you some resources for financial assistance with medical bills if you'd like. No, you said you would be paying me $3,300. You don't get to go back on that after a little bit of...
It's playing Skyrim combat music now. I'm getting war flashbacks. This is wild.
Time has passed. You do not get to make decisions about where the funds go without talking with me about it. You knew I needed therapy and agreed to payments. You need to honor that. I understand you're expecting payment, but after reviewing the contract...
You know... Nani was a lot like this. I know that she still, like, watches, by the way, so I know that's gonna set her off.
It's clear that the financial responsibilities weren't met, and the majority of the funds were used for your personal expenses. Unfortunately, since
every time I would talk to her, it would be like, my roommates are crazy. I crashed my car again. I crashed the ambulance, and now they won't let me drive it. Here's a picture of me having crashed the ambulance.
the documentary wasn't completed, you're not entitled to any remaining funds. If you're not interested in the medical resources I offered, I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do at this point. I hope things improve for you. So I just want to bring up the fact that she gets free therapy through an organization known as LifePath, plus her respiratory problems are caused by her own chronic smoking. Here's one out of many conversations we had regarding her smoking. consulting for medical
Accents, I'm so sorry. I sat in so many calls where she was fighting her mom in the background. I'm so sorry. Oh boy. Crashing. Well, yeah, man. Somebody's gotta. Do you know the people who pick you up in an ambulance can be like literally crazy people? There's like not really a lot of vetting for the people who pick you up in ambulances, right? Because aside from her, I know like 2 other people who drive ambulances, and like they would fail like a 4th grade math test. When you get picked up by somebody in an ambulance, it could be either like a really well-meaning paramedic, or it could be like a fucking crazy, stupid person.
medical coding, but it's expensive. That's a job? It can be, but I'd have to go to school for it. Proud of you for searching already. I'd be down to put you through school, you just have to commit and we would need financial aid, but that sounds awesome. I agree. Do you know someone that
Holy shit, she doesn't have a high school diploma? Oh my god, go get that girl her GED.
can help forge me a high school diploma? I also need to figure out for sure what I'd want to do. Just get your GED.
You mean I can drive an ambulance? Chat, we can all drive ambulances.
Committing crimes is only going to harm you in the long term. If you need
Damn, Diesel, I would crash out, parentheses, an ambulance against another vehicle if you said this stuff about me. Yeah, why is forging easier than getting a GED? Yeah, I don't...
help getting started, that's what I'm here.
Dude, Max giving the frustrated face emoji here when you know he's sitting there. If I read a message like that from someone, I'd be like, stupid bitch.
Here for. Education will absolutely help in every area of your life. That just costs more time and money though. It's a very powerful investment that will help throughout your life.
Is this guy seriously trying to explain why a GED is really good for someone? I think she's a lost cause.
With that said, chronic marijuana use will hinder your learning significantly. So if you want to pursue that, then you'll have to find alternative forms of medication. Then education is out. I have no other form of pain relief that doesn't risk addiction. Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, it will. Chronic marijuana, you can't fucking focus.
To find alternative forms of medication. Then education is out.
This people who aren't addicted to weed be like, I could stop anytime I want. I'm not addicted.
I have no other form of pain relief that doesn't risk addiction. Okay. And I'd rather not be in pain than be book smart.
This is ASMR for people with insane exes. You have no idea. Chronic marijuana to pills. Where have I heard that before? I'm sorry. I don't want to turn this into the fuck Nani stream. But that is the same exact thing.
To be fair to Spencer, she has vampire trauma and I've seen Twilight. They hang out in high schools. It all makes sense.
You've got a very good point there, Micro. You've got a very good point. They do hang out at high school. She called getting a GED book smart. Well, for her. Why not? I want to talk shit. Cloudy, I know you love it. Is Nani the ex-mod that yorked it into VC? No, she's the ex-mod who was like double dipping financially to multiple people. That was a different mod though. There was another mod that yorked it.
Understood, but it's an option that I cannot recommend enough for positive long-term impact.
It was definitely a Discord Kittens Gone Wild situation, chat. It was definitely a Discord Kittens Gone Wild. It was like months after the drama had happened, and I kept learning things, and I'm just like, Jesus. I'm genuinely wondering if I felt bad for Nani or if I was just down bad. Probably that second one. It's okay, Axis. It's okay, Axis. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, GED isn't that expensive to get. It's like what? $20 to $50 a class depending on the state. Any job can afford that.
Axis, I'll tell you this right now. It would not have been worth the trouble, okay? It would have not been worth the trouble. I wish I could just tell everybody's personal business sometimes. But if I told you guys everything, I don't want Nani to like crash out so hard, but yeah, she would work dudes. She would work dudes. That did happen. God.
Also,
how do you
don't
financially double dip as a Discord mod? She was being paid to do research, and she had ended up working for other YouTubers as well. And unbeknownst to me, she was charging that YouTuber for legal documents that I would receive, that other people would receive. So she was like charging that YouTuber multiples upon multiples of money for work that she wasn't doing or work that wasn't for them. And then it turned out that she was going around to other people also asking for money just constantly. And she would be like, I am ill, I am sick, I crashed my ambulance, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. Hold the line, boss. You don't need more personal drama. You're already a wise old fetus. Yeah, it was a min-max. It was min-max. It was girl bossing. I'm not even gonna lie. It was girl bossing. It was a good thing she got going for a while. Can I tell my story one day? That's not only if I get to tell mine. Something I could fix her. I'm lying. I'm staying away.
Baba Booey. Diesel, a few months ago I actually took advice you gave on stream and I'm gonna go back to college to get my bachelor's. Also free advice, if anyone is going to college, don't become an RA as a freshman.
That's very pog, Artemis. And actually, it's finally good to hear some good news. I hope that it goes well, getting your bachelor's. And I don't even know how you become an RA as a freshman. Is there that much of an RA shortage? But that's finally some refreshing good news, yeah.
to completely quit to pursue education. I'm just personally recommending moderation if you do want to pursue education. But please don't give up on your education. You can do great things.
A resident assistant is somebody who basically will like watch the other people in the dorm and make sure they're not like, I don't know, dying.
The world, and that will only help accelerate you towards an incredible future. Okay, I'm done now. Sorry for the spam. If you make a post, please just don't name me, as people on Reddit are stalking me because of this YouTuber, and I don't want to add any fuel to their fire, but hey, even calling around means the world. I'm taking what I can get at this point. So I think Spencer was just trying to villainize me so people will feel more sorry for her and more inclined to help. But I did try my best.
Wait a second. Is that a picture of David Goggins behind him? So we have MLK, David Goggins. That's, what is that? That's Malala Yousafzai, right? And then who's that guy? I can't tell who that is.
People will feel more sorry for her and more inclined to help. But I did try my best to help her. Here's just one example where I'm trying to figure out what she needs. Do you want to go to the movies with us tonight? Can I let you know by 2 or so?
Oh my God. The dude from Hacksaw Ridge. Diesel, I'm moving out of Ohio in 4 weeks after being stuck here for 11 years. And I get to go back to school. Can I have praise to? Yes, 2D Trash. You're leaving Ohio. Do you realize how powerful that is? You're leaving Ohio.
Having a bad pain flare-up. That's fine. Do you need anything for the pain? I took ibuprofen, but it doesn't help. It's your hip? Hip and lower back.
Oh my god, this is so fucking funny. I have no sympathy for people like Spencer, because every time I've met somebody like Spencer, they're just trying to nickel and dime you for all you're worth. Okay? Like, I've seen this. I've lived this. I've lived this, dude.
Swollen. Do you want me to bring you an ice pack? It can reduce inflammation and alleviate pain. Ice makes mine worse.
This is just flashback. Ooh, I'm a scary job application. Diesel, is that your ex? No. This is exactly the kind of conversations I'd have with our ex-mod. Oh my
Cloudy
God.
celebrates 21 months of membership. Being able to relate to Max makes me feel sick. Nauseated face emoji.
Then die. What do we do? Argue with you?
It was in 2017. We went to the housing office and couldn't afford the dorms. We were leaving when the staff offered the position. It was really lame. I had to do monthly events that the students had to go to.
Yeah. I was an RA for a year. The only reason I did it is because I wanted a single room to myself so I could make YouTube videos. And so, I took the extra responsibility. It just really sucked, though, because I had an apartment, and so I'd hold events and nobody would show up to them.
Unfortunately. Also, I think maybe I should wait until next month.
Also, I got in trouble with my boss because I didn't make a fun, like, you're supposed to do like a poster for the dorm, and I didn't do a fun one. And the boss sat me down and said, do a better poster. And I'm just like, what?
Night. Aside from the hip pain, I just don't feel up to it since I've been cramping from the monostat. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, you will be missed. Do you need to go to the hospital? The cramping is sadly normal with monostat. It's also caused bleeding, but I should be fine. Okay, stay strong. So, I did not want to believe it, but it has become clear to me now that Spencer is dishonest. While making these allegations...
I'm sorry, this is just so funny. I can't believe I relate to Max on this at all.
She acted nice towards me, and I genuinely thought...
I'm low-key feeling annoyed for not seeing this kind of behavior for what it was. It was so obvious. Well, here's the thing. I didn't recognize it either. And it was even worse with me because I had to, like, work professionally with that person, okay? Not only did I work professionally with that person also hit on me all the fucking time.
We were friends this whole time. You'll see here, when I found out about the allegations, I thought she was being impersonated. No, someone shared my post about needing help to send Belfie to North Carolina for his foster and training, and she was...
For Valentine's Day I made a poster that had condoms the students could grab, but someone poked a hole in all of them, so I had to warn everyone, lol.
Oh my god.
Spencer is the Shiloh of the Camden allegations.
Yeah. Spencer is the Shiloh from the yeah, that's actually a really great way to put it. That's really sad too when you think about it. Holy shit. Dyed hair as well.
I was under the assumption it was something like that, so called it a domestic situation. I corrected her, but I guess Reddit saw before that and ran with it.
You get to the Cloud District very often.
As she got a message from a backdated FB
and pronoun. Wait, everybody has pronouns. Okay, free with your language. Sorry, I'm the woke commentary channel. I don't know if you guys noticed. Unlike those other incels, I fuck and stuff.
File with AI-generated profile pictures saying this shit.
Should I get a degree for my painting restoration job? I'm an apprentice, but if I got a degree, I would make more. But also, I have to work more and deal with cyanide painting. Should I? It doesn't really sound like you want to. Also, that's a really base job.
Crotch yeast so bad she landed in the hospital.
Oh, you didn't need to spell it out like that. Yeah, make your job pay for it if you can.
He is playing Oblivion music.
Yeah, but it's also the one that plays in Skyrim too, is it? No, it is Oblivion. That's Oblivion.
See,
You're right.
Would
You're
you
right.
be okay to put out a statement on your YouTube? Just letting everyone know you're okay. You don't have to be specific unless you want to. I'd rather not, as it'll only fuel them more. They don't care, they just want to speculate. Someone on my friends list is doing this as the messages mention my cooking from when I moved in, and I just want to disappear from the internet altogether now. I spent too much energy panicking about it last night, and I can't afford to put any more into it.
Jesus, if Spencer is Shiloh, then Max is his idol, Chris Hansen. I said at the beginning of the stream, drama rhymes. It's like history.
She did not tell me about it, by the way. I say something...
Dude, Axis, you're cooking real hard. Holy shit.
They'll probe harder, and I don't want my family more at risk than they already are. I'm sorry. I felt she was lying to me, so I sent her a picture of the message from the person who made the Facebook post asking for the donations. And I've talked to her a lot. She told me she was in a domestic violence situation, she's been starving off and on for a long time and needs to get home. So, I don't know. I think she's struggling and trying to get out of a situation. I never told anyone there was domestic violence. I never once said that. I was struggling because my mental health was faltering and I couldn't afford food for a long time. Again, this is misconstrued. I already
I'm screaming right now.
explained
Dude.
what I told her. She
Fauci's
chose to
ulting.
use those words, and again, I tried correcting her when I found out, as I didn't know that's what she assumed. Okay, well in these situations, it's best to put out a brief written statement to correct...
It was a plant. So you think the Reddit post was a plant? Do you think Max was like actually doing it? Let me in. Okay, fine. I will let you in, Falgi. Let me hop into live. And then unmute Discord. Falgi's seeing patterns. You know who also saw patterns? Mouthy Buddha.
I can't. I am not seeing patterns. I am not going to be denied this. I have said this. Hadrian, the guy who made the Mamamax video about Spencer, needs to out his source. This part of the Spencer video is going line by line, not only about the Reddit page, but also line by line from what was in that video. The donating plasma, we're like food banks. We don't have enough money. All line by line. And I've heard rumblings that Hadrian wasn't too happy with his source because his source was overly involved. I don't know.
He knew. Okay, I remembered now. I might be wrong, so I'm not going to say who the source is. But he knew exactly how involved the source was when the source came to him. So if he wasn't happy, that's just him being upset that it didn't do what he wanted. I'll tell you what I think it is in DMs. Because I had a conversation about it with somebody. But
we probably had the same conversation with the same person.
We probably did.
We did?
It was a
We
plan.
did?
Me when I go to a plant.
Hold on, I'll DM it to you right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I think that same person has like mildly mentioned it live.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm not
all
entirely
right.
sure. I'm not entirely sure. I won't say it out loud then. I won't say that out loud. Because I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll DM it. I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, I beat you to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a like I don't like again. Fuck Spencer. Fucking giving me secondhand trauma. Is Spencer gonna come out saying she kicked someone's balls to death? I don't even know anymore.
The source is not for us to say who it is, but
no, yeah.
The Hadrian guy did cave and tell a person who the source is, and of course that person told the rest of us.
Yeah. and again, like I don't like it's just one of those things where it's like I think Spencer is a piece of shit. I'll be very upfront. I'll also say this though. So you skipped the part about Muda.
Mm-hmm.
I want to bring it up only because since you didn't get to see it, and I fucking spent 7 hours reacting to this last night. I want to make this. He claims that Muda. he veiled multiple times as, oh, Carl Jobs loss for defamation. I wonder, Muda, what's going on? I even contacted a lawyer and they say they're going to take my case. Your linchpin lied to you. Your linchpin stole money. You're going to have a really hard time proving.
Also,
that
I
this
believe
case was
the
never dead
Carl
in the
Jobs
water.
thing happened in Australia, and their like standards for that are a lot different. So
Yes, and there's different parts about Carl Jobs. Carl Jobs wouldn't shut up about Billy while in litigation, but lying while he was in litigation. You know, these are the things where I'm like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you're threatening legal suits. Also, Himpleton W. Wimpleton every day,
oh my God,
chat.
don't you dare give that fucking crazy person a win.
The Joggler has felled another YouTuber. First it was Jar, now it's Mamamax. Who's next?
I'm gonna crash out.
All right, have a good rest of the stream. Love you guys.
Oh my God. Boss, hang up.
Correct the narrative. If you don't want to, then you don't have to. But keeping me from speaking up for myself is only going to cause more
I like that the implication here is that Spencer is an Oblivion NPC.
problems. Staying silent is what destroyed us.
Do you think she's
in
gonna
this
be in a remaster? Can somebody mod Mamamax into the Dark Brotherhood quest?
will blow up regardless. And it did. I've already been discharged from my volunteer work because of this shit, and I'd rather not lose more. How do you want to proceed? This next message she sends is one of the most disrespectful and ignorant things I've ever read, so I'm going to stop every now and then to reply to what she's saying. You can't put out a fire with a fire. So I never ask her to put out a fire with a fire. I just ask her to make a statement that she is okay and none of the rumors are true. But I didn't realize until later that she wanted people to believe I am a bad person who is starving
I mean,
her.
you ain't a good person, but neither is Spencer. Two wrongs can make a wrong, you know?
And domestically abusing her. And at this point, maybe it's better not to work with kids if you know people are going to do shit like that. I know.
I want to see an edit of someone doing a persuade minigame on a stop motion Spencer.
Diesel, to sign the NDA they only typed in chat their name BTW.
I don't know if that's gonna hold up.
It sucks, but you should cut your losses because nothing will stop them from doing the same in the future. So what she is telling me is to just give up on my career path in advocacy.
Discord chat NDA.
Due to the problems that have happened because I chose to believe in her story and help her. Judging from...
You know, guys, I know that this is clearly the death of Mamamax's career, but please look at my little Votan transport vehicle. Ooh, little car. I'm becoming delirious. I don't usually stream this late.
What Michael saw on the Reddit, the volunteer thing happened before they said anything about me.
Oh, I finished. Does anybody want to see my Hecaton land fortress? I finished that. I'm gonna get that. Are you good? No, I've been streaming for fucking 4 hours about Mamamax.
Actually, no.
Hold on, let me get it. I'm gonna have to paint the glass separate. But here it is. Look at this. Look at this guy. Isn't this cool? Look at this. I was gonna put magnets on it, but then I fucked up, and so now there's no magnets. We will we'll be doing it orange and red. We'll be doing an orange and red army. Yeah, the Votan do not play very well right now in 10th edition. They desperately need an update. Really bad. And also some more units, hoping their codex comes out between now and when I die of old age.
No. People are not going to change their mind. They'll take it as you doubling down again, and it will make things worse. You've been through this before. You should know that.
The second that Max was not useful to Spencer, she dipped.
Better than anyone that this will hurt us both. So this is not true.
Roxana, the faction I know the least about, like almost nothing. Well, you know, good for you. There's only a single codex worth of information about them.
I know better than anyone that you guys, the audience, just want to know the truth. But it is very difficult to get the truth out there when there are hundreds of other YouTubers giving you different stories, claiming that they are the truth.
Hey, whoa. The magnets are thing you completely fumbled. All right, buddy.
Especially when some of them have much larger audiences than your own. But what Spencer doesn't understand is that you have to keep going. If you stop uploading, the truth will just become whatever is out there. If you ignore them, they will go away, but you have to give that time. You're always so impatient to put something out the moment someone says something. She's
unironically right. So it's like, on one hand, just shut up. Sometimes the best winning move is to not play. Like iDubbbz, the best move was to not enter that drama, right? Max didn't need to put himself out so hard, right? That's on him. So yes, do shut up. Do say less, right? But also, in some respects, Max is also right in that if you post through the pain, you'll be successful. Mamamax and Alex coming back after so long. You know, this is making me a little worried. I feel like Illuminati might return. I don't think she's returning. Or if she's returning, she's going to do an AI channel. Actually, I think she might be back on an AI channel.
Wanted to upload a podcast and a documentary. That is all I wanted. And after waiting almost a year, I felt it was time to start uploading again. Apparently, that makes me so impatient to get something out there, I guess. Let them have baseless claims.
Well, maybe your first video back should have been you just going back to making, like, I don't know, horror content or something.
You can find better sources of income. Just don't do any.
The sequel to every insane 2023-2024 drama is what I call job security.
Anything publicized, and they can't try to do things like get you.
I don't know if she did take the Queppel Copper out. I'm just guessing. That was just a guess. I'm probably right, though, but I'm just guessing.
Put out of a job. So this is not anywhere close to true. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Just because you stop doing anything publicly does not mean people will stop stalking you.
How come Spencer always look like she got done lapping barbecue sauce off her fingers?
Oh my god, that's brutal. I listen, man. I love fat women, but Spencer is not the kind of fat woman that I would love. She's just got like a real pug-like face that I just cannot stand.
In fact, it makes it worse because the stalkers are empowered by your silence. The only way to stop stalkers...
Dude, Slug and Himpleton having a feature, and this is so fucking funny.
...is to shine a light on them by reporting them to the police.
What's your favorite wing sauce? I like hot sauce type things. I like it when stuff is painful.
Telling your local community and informing your social media that you are being stalked, which is also what you have been doing. I don't understand why you'd want to try to be public again after everything that's happened. If it's as traumatizing for you as you said, you wouldn't keep adding fuel like this because, like it or not, that's what you'll be doing. I can't believe she would say something like this, being that people were harassing her, saying if she was actually as traumatized by the events of her own life.
I have like hot sauce sitting right by me, and I'll be putting that shit on my salad and stuff.
As much as she claims she wouldn't keep talking about it online, she is using the exact same victim-blaming logic that was used against her to try and keep me from using my platform and my voice. If you say something about the woman, you'd be putting her...
The shits are worth it? Nah, they're not. Dude, there was one time where I ate 4 fiber bars and then I had hot wings. And it was not a good time, let me just tell you. Not a good time.
She looks like she's the type of person that would be sticky 24/7, even when fresh out of the shower.
She just looks really, really, like really like she should be working behind the counter of a Hot Topic. You know what I mean?
Risk of harassment too, and that's the last thing she needs. They found her easily. So at no point do I say we need to mention that woman that made the post. The one who is responsible for all of this is you, Spencer. I don't care what the internet has to say, and after what they did...
Hot Topic workers are nice. Yeah, maybe that was a diss. That was definitely a diss at Hot Topic workers. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't either. This is trivial in the grand scheme of things, and I want zero part, zero mention. I don't exist in this BS internet world anymore. So at first, I wanted to respect her privacy. I don't even feel good about exposing her like this. And
oh my god, dude, that is an insane chat.
I bet her back shot hair musty AF.
That is fucking gross, dude. That is fucking gross.
Diesel, why do you microwave your salads? Hal just told me you microwave your salads.
I don't microwave no salads,
this.
okay? Listen, you know, Q, if it wasn't for the musty backshot air right before that... Oh my god. Who's calling me? Who's calling me? It is literally... Hold on, Hal. You know I'm live, right?
Yeah, why are you lying about not microwaving your salads, though?
I don't microwave my salads.
Yes, you do.
Chat, you gotta understand that I put a microwaved grilled chicken breast on a Caesar salad once, and they've said that I've grilled my salads or microwaved my salads.
No, you have microwaved your salads on at least 2 occasions that I know of since I've met you.
Mm-hmm.
I can
didn't.
confirm, chat. Chat, don't let him gaslight you. Hal out.
I can't. She literally just came here to just. Okay, all right. Women be doing that, I guess. Bye, Hal.
That is why I've chosen to be silent for so long, even after she continually makes claims that blow up.
Believe all women, D. Ridiculous. Dude, Xylee gets real mention.
All they want to do is hurt people. I know you know it's true. There are some people who want to hurt people, and there are a lot.
All right, Himpleton is just like a guy. I don't know if he really wants to hurt people.
Of them on that subreddit that I tried warning her about, but most people just want to understand.
Q, you're enabling the lies of women. It's crazy.
Understand what is going on, and when you do things like make inflammatory allegations,
listen, KJ. I know I gotta eat a shoe, but I did say I'd eat the shoe. I don't have a shoe to eat right now. I only have a pair of shoes.
They are gonna want to know what is true and what is not about what you said. And if you don't get the message out there, someone else will. Please understand that this isn't just about you.
KJ was taking a nap. He was eeping.
You need to do what's best for everyone in this situation. And what's best is to not...
Make a shoe fly pie, boss. I feel like that's a real dish. And that you didn't make that up, actually.
Not egg it on. On the contrary, Spencer, you need to understand that this isn't just about you. Now that I have seen firsthand the claims she is willing to make just to victimize herself in a situation where me and my roommates were all working together.
Chat, I was there. Diesel has admitted to microwaving a salad in my presence. Hashtag believe all women. So was the lettuce grilled with the chicken or?
The lettuce was cold, and I put the grilled chicken that I cooked earlier in the microwave. And so then I put the hot chicken on the cold salad. Okay? And then I put Caesar dressing over top of it. After cutting it, of course, right? So lies, deception.
Just to take care of her. This raises a very important question.
The Diesel eating a shoe. Is it gonna be Germa style? Be at the hibachi place asking for a shoe Germa style?
Was she lying about Camden and the cult?
Probably.
When I first interviewed Spencer, I thought she was one of the bravest and strongest people I have ever met. I was inspired by her story.
If he ends this video by saying Camden Gerard Davis ain't real, I'm gonna lose my marbles.
And wanted to do everything in my power to ensure this case gets the attention it deserves. I failed in doing that, and I am so sorry to all of the survivors. Whether Spencer lied
The ultimate
about
twist
her
is there was no Blackula the whole time.
experiences, I have no idea. All I know is that Spencer was one of the first to speak up about it. She was willing enough to admit to crimes, and there are a growing number of victims who can substantiate the cult's existence with their own testimonies and evidence. Many of the stories you have heard by some very influential YouTubers are not true, and I will go into more detail as time goes on. For now, I still believe this case warrants an investigation by...
Bro, I'm literally being salad shamed right now, honestly. Listen, you guys don't know what kind of salads I eat.
by law enforcement, as we have tried reporting many times.
Okay, what's going on there, ma'am?
So an individual named Camden Gerard Davis.
So a chicken grilled Caesar's salad?
You're telling me a shrimp fried this salad?
More than likely resides at this, address.
I heard Spencer dated Cameron cause she thought he was made of chocolate.
That's fucking evil. Dude, you can't say those things, dude. That's fucked up.
We believe that he is trafficking minors and has...
Dude, they called 911 for that? Go to the police station. Okay.
How do you feel about losing your job at the children's outreach thing? So for those of you that don't know, I was volunteering with an organization known as CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocates for Children.
Okay, y'all are extra unhinged tonight. It's almost 1 a.m., you know? Just be that way.
It is a great organization that teaches people how to advocate for children in the United States legal system as a guardian ad litem. You are essentially a free social worker who interviews children, their families, teachers, doctors, and everyone who has...
He's not stable enough to be around kids. I mean, he definitely should have gone into social work a long time ago. It's clearly where his passions lie.
Information on the child's life in order to serve their best interests.
Like, I don't know how stable or unstable he is to do something like that, right? Like to be a CASA, right? I can't even like comment on that because it's not like I'm in his mind.
In a court of law. I highly recommend volunteering if you are interested in children's advocacy or the legal system. I was doing all of this privately, but unfortunately, a group of cyberstalkers found me in the Casa of El Paso Instagram page.
All right, you're making it look like it was Slug that did this. I gotta be honest. It wasn't him. It was some random glup shittos. I don't know, man. It doesn't... Is it really appropriate for randos on the internet to go fire you? I don't know. I don't really think so.
And my stalker...
Did you reap what you sow? Yeah, totally. Like, Max built that kind of audience that would do that to him. Max built this kind of audience. So when Max's audience turned on him, of course they were going to do this.
Proceeded to harass this organization, posting their emails and phone numbers, encouraging everyone to spam them with the drama surrounding me in an attempt to get me discharged. This was picked up by DramaTubers, which caused even more people to harass this organization, until they were forced to let me go in an attempt to make...
That's what he did to Magnetar. Yeah. I understand he's done that to people, but two wrongs don't make a right either way. I've said that for many other things before this against Max, right? So I will hold that standard here, that you probably shouldn't go after people's real jobs. Like, that's just, you shouldn't.
The harassment stopped.
Max, listen, if people don't like Max being on the internet, he needs a way to leave. Okay? Like, if nobody wants him doing this predator hunting stuff, He needs to be able to have a way to not be here. Okay, so he should be able to go get a normal job doing some shit wherever, but it doesn't matter. Anywhere Max works, he will be harassed forever, period.
That broke my heart, but I learned a lot, which was the point of joining, and I'm very grateful for my training and experience doing so. If you care about children so much, why not get education, certifications, and a real job in advocacy?
Yeah, getting him fired almost ensured he would come back like this. Yeah, 100%. 100%. You can hate his guts as much as you want, but if you're giving him no other outlet, yeah, of course he's going to end up here. Why do you guys think I'm Alex is back? Because he can't make it in the real world. He's stuck here. Okay? And we're stuck here with him.
I did. Instead of being an unprofessional YouTuber filmmaker with all these unnecessary edits. Education and, like you said, certifications are vitally important. And that is what I'm actively doing, is still seeking education. I don't want to just be a YouTuber the rest of my life. I would like to resolve all of this online stuff first, since clearly I cannot just go get a job without people harassing wherever I'm working.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's gonna be like that forever. It's a shame. It doesn't matter how wrong or right he is, right? It's like, and I'll counter with this: if he did not compulsively stick his head out in places online, he would absolutely be able to get a real job and get his shit together. You know, the thing is though, I've asked to not have my face on like the social media for like where I work, but they didn't hold that end of the bargain, which is fine. I'm not like mad about that, but it's like these things happen whether you wanted to or not, and it's really fucking annoying, right? Because the people don't talk to each other in businesses, especially in the non-for-profit sector. There's just not communication like that.
How much money do you plan to donate to the charity you posted? If I donate, will you match? I'll actually match the current amount of donations. If you want to donate, you can match my donation. But moreover, I think the people who covered this video and did not donate any of their ad revenue to this organization should match my donation. Because these people talk, but they hardly ever put their money where their mouth is. I seem to be the only one doing that. Do you really think you can return to this content after getting exposed for faking most of your career? I would barely trust you to do scented candle reviews. That's really funny. Maybe I should do that. Scented candle reviews. Could it just be that I'm being honest and people are still saying it's a lie? Is that possible? I guess not. I guess I'm always a liar.
But he'll never be able to work in the social work sector, period. It's just, there's no way. I can't ever see that happening. Not with the kind of content he makes. It's just, it's impossible. I wouldn't hire him if I ran a non-for-profit. He'd have to not tell people what he did on YouTube, and that's very hard when you go into an interview.
Oh, but if I'm always a liar, then that was a lie. This is the difficulty of being defamed, because no one's going to believe what you have to say. Everyone's going to think you're the fraud, manipulating, lying piece of shit that everyone...
Well, you've definitely lied and just tried to smear shit in other people's faces in this video, so you're not blameless. The inability for you to admit your faults and admit them genuinely and earnestly without some pomp and circumstance is what pisses people off.
It's calling you, and it's an uphill battle. There's a great quote. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. So, yeah. It's going to be an uphill battle for me. But I think I've figured out the right way to go about all of this.
You know, it'd be crazy if it was Illuminati scandal.
Liking gooseberries. 9 out of 10. Maybe next time be the vigilante and go after them since you got the sources instead of role-playing justice. Justice is very difficult. I can do my best. I can show what is happening on these platforms like IMVU. I can document all of the recorded evidence of my interactions with these predators and send it to my people who upload it to these mega drives.
It'd be crazy if it was one of your candles. So true.
We all collaborate on sending this information to law enforcement.
Yeah, and they're just not going to do anything. It's very difficult. Online vigilantes getting involved makes it difficult. You doing the kind of content you do makes it difficult too. It's very, very complicated. The more you work in professional circles about this kind of stuff, the more you realize if you want to make a difference, get involved locally, right? I don't like the whole CASA stuff where literally it's what he was doing. I don't think is problematic at all, given what CASA is and what it does, right? But like if he wants to make a difference, he needs to be involved in a physical capacity in his local community. I've talked about this for political stuff on stream, right? Where it's like everybody's always doom and gloom and like doomer black pill posting, right? But it's like you could actually, guys, you know that your town hall has like meetings and they got to listen to like everybody. And if you don't like what's going on in your neighborhood and you're complaining about the way things are, go there and complain to them because those local politicians will listen, right? And the reason that the town is the way it is because the only people who go there are the geriatric old people, okay? So you can make a difference, but people need to fucking like do it and like go there, right? And participate. And I totally do recommend that if you've never done volunteer work with like either like, you know, troubled youth or like, you know, prison, like rehab and stuff, do it. Do it. It's also very difficult, but it's really rewarding and you get to understand what does and doesn't work and why things happen and how things happen. And it'll also expose you to like a class of people that you never got exposed to before. So it'll make you more worldly. It's good. You should do it.
And when nothing is done, we make a video about it on YouTube showing what these predators did. I know a lot of people are blaming me for the predators not getting arrested, but I am not an officer of the law.
Yeah, but the way you purported yourself as an expert in this and also said that you've gathered arrests under your record. So it's like you can't have it both ways by being like, well, I'm not a law officer. Well, if you're really passionate, go into law enforcement, buddy. Okay? Like fucking they'll take anybody.
I'm not a judge. We have to look to the mechanisms that are enabling predators to walk free and the mechanisms that prevent children from reporting crimes. These are the real issues here.
Yeah, then get involved in a way politically. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're not going to do anything here by talking about how difficult it is.
I know
ultimately nothing gets done on the internet. Like when the Ethan and Hassan stuff happens, it's just like drama with the veneer of politics, right? Because none of that moves the needle on anything.
Adversaries want to make it seem like Mamamax is the issue. I do not control these systems.
You are a symptom of an issue, and you're also a symptom of the social media space encouraging wildly outrageous behavior in people and getting kudos for doing it.
What's your actual plan for systematically changing how sex crimes against
okay, all right. Now, I can tell you don't have the answer to that.
children are prosecuted? I'm sure there's people much smarter than me who have policies and systems that
Brian Mullins has some takes on this. You should talk to him.
can truly make a difference. And I'm going to go ahead and play some of them.
We're economically attacking the young, but I know, let's attack their emotional and mental well-being. Let's take advantage of the fact of the flaws in our species with medieval...
Why are you showing Scott Galloway? He has a really interesting book on finance, by the way. You should read it.
...institutions, Paleolithic instincts, and godlike technology. I'm just going to say, I think Mark Zuckerberg has done more damage to young people in our nation while making more money than any person in history.
The TED Talk is really not a good example of him. He's very good at interviews. 100% recommend you read his books.
Oh, but wait, what could be worse? It's as if we let an adversary implant a neural jack into our youth.
Recently, like with all the like insane shit in the economy, his whole book is like about how if you're like a Zoomer or millennial, like how you can build wealth in such like a problematic world. And he also like talks about how his generation had it so easy and how it's not like crazy, right? So it's like he's very like understanding of the cultural differences between the generations for that, which is really awesome. I think he did an interview with Morning Brew as well that you could find.
Raise a generation of civic, military, and business leaders that hate America. All right, this all adds up to a bunch of graphs all headed up into the right. And what are they? What's the first one?
Yeah, he's talked about the, what is it? Like a lot of like the demographics problems too, which is also really cool.
Oh, that's self-harm rates, which have exploded, especially among girls, since my colleague Jonathan Haidt pointed out it's really gone crazy since social went on mobile.
Yeah, so he's also worked with Jonathan Haidt, who I've talked about here too. And he recently, like Jonathan Haidt is currently, he did an interview with Ezra Klein of the New York Times recently, where they were talking about the issue that technology and phones are playing with the development of youth. And that's something that I'm really interested in as somebody who teaches the youth, because I see a lot of the knock-on effects of like, you don't realize it. Autocorrect is making you worse at spelling. Autocorrect on your fucking phone is making you worse at spelling. It's reducing your ability for like vocabulary variety. It's reducing your ability for focus, like all these things. But yeah, 100%. Another book recommend.
What's the next one? Teens with depression.
Why is he even playing this? This is just a guy who's much smarter and also not talking about any of the things Max is talking about.
The next one, men and women not having sex. Next graph, cumulative gun deaths. You're more likely to be shot in the United States if you're a toddler or an infant than a cop. Next graph,
based
obesity, overdose deaths.
So we should start making our babies cops. That's the answer I found.
It's way up. Deaths of despair. When I was in high school, it was drunk driving. Now it's kids killing themselves. We got the hard stuff figured out. There are programs to address all of these issues. They cost a lot of money. That's the hard part. We have the money, but we decide not to do it. This is per capita spending on childcare in the United States relative to other nations. We need to remove 230 protection for all algorithmic.
He put 2 TED Talks in the video. Zuckerberg on Jerry, and more like this peppered throughout the video. Oh my god. I didn't go to school, Diesel. I can't spell without it. So what about my very specific thing? You can do like a free class online, I guess. That's what I do. I'm practicing my high school math in a free online class.
Elevated content.
So just a quick explanation. Section 230 protects platforms from being held liable for user-posted content. So let's use an infamous teen dating app as an example. Despite the fact that they have a massive child predator problem, they can't be held liable for the crimes that are being committed on their platform, and thus have no
I'm sorry.
incentive to fix the issues, except for reputational damage when someone exposes them. If Section 230 could be corrected to specifically hold platforms accountable if they are perpetuating...
That is definitely... I see why that would definitely blow up in its face. A lot of that, I have a feeling, exists because of, like, just content people put online. Like, this stream, or a YouTube video, or a movie review.
Crimes.
Yeah, that TED Talk is not the best example of his work. He is an author and a professor first.
Then that would only push platforms to prevent crimes against children on their services. I know you asked specifically about prosecution, but prevention is infinitely more important to me. So, yeah.
Yeah, if Section 230 is gone, sites can tell you only whites on screen. Oh my god, Connor? Wyatt Connor's in this video, dude.
Why do you think basic criticism of you is mass psychosis? I don't. I am just...
Didn't you say something like that at some point?
Explaining a reality we are dealing with on the internet.
But this is why I hate the commentary community sometimes. Like, I legitimately, like, fucking hate some of these people. Because it's always like, well, a lot of people went with this, right? Sure, I understand how a lot of people can get something wrong, but, like, there are also people in this space who are absolutely happy to be, like, wrong, as long as it's financially lucrative. I can't make a follow-up video because it won't get any views to correct the thing that I personally fucked up, right? So they're not incentivized to correct anything or tell the truth. They're incentivized to do what people want to click on. And if there's a jerk wave going on, well, people are going to.
This is such an uncharitable clipping of Nick, dude. What is this?
Want to click on the negative video. So that's what drives me crazy. There's like a fucking incestuous commentary community right now that is
Ain't no way we're getting cabal allegations in this Mamamax video, dude. I swear to God, we are never escaping the Tea Party group chat.
For-profit misinformation machine or whatever. And then whenever it gets called out, they all have like a huge pity party for themselves. Oh my God, I can't believe this turnaround. What? Wow, this plot twist is crazy. Guys, we really got to be better at this in the future. It's like, no.
My position on Max hasn't changed at all. He's a disingenuous asshole. Turns out he surrounded himself with disingenuous, shitty people. Wow, imagine my fucking shock that Spencer and Nexpo are just as bad. Womp womp. Was that loud ass crack your back? Yeah.
It's a for-profit misinformation machine.
For someone that's a for-profit misinformation machine, that was well said, Nicholas Deorio. That's what I'm trying.
God, God forbid you give a fucking opinion on the internet. Some glup shitto is gonna be mad about it. Dude, Nick is constantly... Dude, everybody's living rent-free. Nick is living rent-free, dude. Must be how he pays for all those fucking pinball machines.
To say about mass psychosis is that we're believing all of these things that aren't real.
We are still talking about mostly conversations that we've had, 4 years ago about spread of misinformation.
It is mass psychosis. Got it, Max.
Things like that. The rate and acceleration of new kinds.
All right, I kind of feel like Max is one of those pseudo-intellectual... Some of you said that Max is like an AI, bro. And he is definitely giving surface level, like... dumb intellectual shit because he keeps constantly doing that.
Of threats, new kinds.
Like the only reason I knew of Scott Galloway is because I like read his books because I found his ideas interesting and I wanted to see if he actually could back that up. Same thing for Jonathan Haidt or like any of the other things that I give reading recommendations on is because it's like I like to read books, but it's like I don't ever sit down and watch these like fucking videos. Because none of the discourse that gets on in these videos is deep enough for me to develop an understanding that I would feel confident talking about it on stream.
Issues. The growth rate of that is growing far faster than the growth rate of our capacity to mitigate or respond to those threats. I was speaking with someone in the fact-checking network who said, there's now 200 billion messages a day going through WhatsApp, 15 billion going through Facebook. They get about 100 fact checks per day. If you think about a bank being over-leveraged, and how much risk are they? How far over their skis are they? We've got about 200 with, as Senator Sass said.
Guys, where are the fact checkers on the Mamamax story? Mamamax says into the void.
Criticism.
A mass psychosis is an epidemic.
Oh boy. Okay, you are actually like a 2 IQ Andy. Okay.
Of madness. And it occurs when a large portion of a society loses touch with reality and descends into delusions.
This is okay. All right, dude. Mamamax out here fucking sunning his perineum, all right, while listening to Andrew Huberman do a wake-up routine on his fucking $50 a month fucking wake-up meditation app, okay? This dude's going for runs listening to David Goggins call him an ass. Dude, he's eating liver out there raw to make sure that he maximizes his testosterone. Oh my God.
Such a phenomenon is not a thing of fiction.
We are controlled by the algorithms that push us one way or another.
Social media divides us.
Oh my God. Oh.
I've been reading So You've Been Publicly Shamed and I have to say it's a good recommendation. Boy. Any other list of books you recommend right now?
Sure. I'll give you another recommendation from something Red. Let me pull up my Calibri. I mentioned him earlier.
We already knew his YouTuber friends were snakes. Spencer was a lazy liar. This didn't really change anything about how we see him.
Exactly. That's exactly where my position is. That's exactly where I'm at. Nonfiction. I've really enjoyed Abundance by Ezra Klein. Some of you guys might know that I'm pretty Yimby pilled. So I highly recommend reading Abundance. Second nonfiction recommendation is Strongmen. Mussolini to the Present. It's about dictatorships and autocracies. It's a very interesting read. A little bit of a fun nonfiction read that I read a while ago is Dope World by Nico Vorboivov. I'm probably mispronouncing that name. Basically, he tracks the narcotics trade, and it's a really interesting piece of gonzo journalism. 100% recommend on that. Fiction reads. Man, I read a lot of 40K. Legends and Lattes, if you've never read it, is a really fun, cozy fantasy fiction. It is a gay romance featuring the main character, and she's an orc, and she brings coffee to a D&D-like city, and it is very cute and very fun. So I highly recommend that if you've never read it. Let's see. Okay, I will give one 40K recommendation. Shadow Sun, The Patient Hunter. That one is very good. If you're interested in a Tau, it's very interesting. Some crazy lore things happen in it. Also, I've been reading Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles. So, highly recommend. If you I spent a long time not reading any of the classic vampire stuff, and I'm kicking myself for that. Best 40K book. Man, everybody recommends it, but like fucking get the Eisenhorn trilogy if you can. The Eisenhorn trilogy is just that phenomenal, and you should read it. Night Lord's Omnibus is really good too, if you're a 40K guy and you've never read that. What's another good 40K book? Fuck, there's a lot. I have a lot in my library. I'm like going through my digital library right now. Yeah, that's probably what I'd recommend. The Warhammer Crime series is really, really good. If you've never read the Warhammer Crime and you're looking for like this grungy steampunk. Are there any gay in 40K books? There's not really romance in a 40K book. You won't ever see people be romantic to each other. But Anne Rice is very gay. I would say that. Cat Was Taken, the mod, got me Memoirs of a Geisha. I haven't read it. I tend to struggle reading physical books, but I will try and read it. Infinite and Divine is also very good. Caiaphas Cain is also very good. The Vorbis Conspiracy, that's a really good crime one. But yeah, there we go. I've also talked about this book before, but I actually kind of like it, and I kind of want to read the rest of the series. Thank you for the $3. No message with that, though. I guess it was for the books. The Plated Prisoners series, I've read the first book in that series. Super horny fiction. But it's really interesting because I've not read a woman's romance novel where they get like that before, and it's just interesting to see how women write that because I had just never experienced it before as a man. Anyway, Sorry, that was Diesel's book talk.
Makes us more extreme and less empathetic. It riles us up or sucks us into doom scrolling, making us stressed and depressed.
Guys, the internet is such an awful place. Continues to read and spend time on the internet.
It feels like we need to touch grass and escape to the real world. New research shows
House of Leaves is still haunting me. Need to finish it. I see the problem. I just really struggle to read physical books. It's just so much easier for me to read on a Kindle.
we might have largely misinterpreted why this is the case. It turns out that the social media internet may uniquely undermine the way our brains work, but not in the way you think.
So yeah, it's just a fact.
Well, there are concerns about misinformation.
Brother, I think you might actually be cooked. Tell me, Mamamax, who do you think controls all this information? Is there a group of people in control of this? Some shadowy elite organization of individuals?
That is simply what we are dealing with. Was the call between you, Muda, and Deorio just an auditory hallucination we all experienced during mass psychosis?
Okay, this person's definitely digging at you.
No, it wasn't. However,
I'm tired of the drama chatter mentality where if somebody doesn't say exactly what you want in the exact words that you would say it in a situation that's tense for them that you probably couldn't possibly comprehend, oh, well, he asked for it. Oh, well, he could have said this. I think that, like, some chatters think that these situations are a lot simpler than they actually are in real life. And there's, like, other things that are working.
Yeah, dude, he's literally talking about how chatters just want people to act as, like, that's exactly what I was getting on you people earlier about, where some chatters were like, oh, I want it like this. It should be this easy, blah, blah, blah. It's really easy to have a take on things when you're not the guy in the hot seat.
At play other than like our veil of hindsight that we use to dictate what should or shouldn't have been said.
And for that reason, I'm going to...
But okay, no. Now you're using you doing something stupid in a call as an example of, oh, I was tense and under, like, brother.
Clarify what I say in that call. Since there's so much to cover, I'll be going over the call in another video.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
However, it's important to note that we entered into this call under false pretenses. Mudahar made it seem like he was going to do everything in his power to present the situation with objectivity and the justice it deserves. And instead, he chose to breach his NDA again, leaking the call
to
the
whole NDA thing is, like, ridiculous anyway. Okay, I don't think that NDA is gonna stick with anybody. All right. 2, this is so funny. This is literally the commentary Avengers have formed together. All right, this was the peak cabal, honestly. And Martin Luther King and Mamamax. There's I remember I tweeted out Mamamax if he was black or Chinese. I'm sorry if any of the mods are still awake. Can you, like, Control F search that and then, like, resend me my Mamamax black or Chinese tweet? I know I'm asking a lot.
Public without our consent and drunkenly dogpiling us with his commentary buddies, breaking multiple YouTube community guidelines.
Oh, okay. Now the pedophile hunter who shoots and kills fake people on his YouTube channel is gonna bring out the community guidelines. Of course you are. Of course you are. You've ran out of things to do, so you're going to Big Daddy YouTube. Got it.
In the process, which caused both cyberbullying and cyberstalking against me and the survivors of Camden.
Yeah, okay. All right. Please prove that.
Has been removed. And
guys, it's not that people have opinions on this drama. It's that I'm being cyberstalked.
The risk for infection is almost guaranteed at that point. So that's where a bit of, obviously, I'm sure you've read the Reddit. I'm sure you've read the people critical of the situation. And this is...
You know how bad I wanted to just be like, bitch, have you read the Farms thread? Have you read what they've been saying?
Well, we just fucking did like 3 seconds ago. I was fucking reading it while we're streaming. Jesus.
In fact, I would encourage all of you to try watching that video with fresh eyes and convince yourself.
Watch that video with fresh eyes, and it's just the words rape review on the stream.
That this is not a symptom of mass psychosis. Once again, though, since there's so much to cover about that call,
he literally started Pick Aside YouTube because YouTube bonked him for the same exact rules. Well, it's rules for thee, but not for me, you know?
Doing that on another video. Mamamax, are you still going to end Charlie? Why did anyone think I was being serious in that video? Just behaving like a genuine piece of shit. I liked Charlie.
I like Mamamax.
And I felt he could do a lot of justice for this case.
Yeah, you wanted Charlie to, like, literally ride your dick, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
understandably,
you
Charlie
were being a pick-me bitch.
Was not happy about this. And during a live stream, he vented to his audience.
We talked like a month ago about like
yeah, it was leaked. It wasn't in the original video. Yes. Yep.
He was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
I can see now that he felt blindsided and hurt.
Charlie is so normal.
Which is fair. However, I think it's important to lay out the facts. I reached out to Charlie on October 23rd, giving him a brief rundown of my current project.
Dude, this chat GPT glup shitto sending these fucking messages to YouTubers being like, please watch my video. I'm going to do a thing, blah, 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 blah. Like, he just wants people to cover his content. He's literally shopping it around for views.
He responds 25 minutes later, claiming he hasn't done reaction streams or react content in about a year.
No, there's another one of these. Thank you for this, KJ. But I think there's another one where I had somebody Photoshop Max to be Chinese. I love the quotes. No one's buying your shit. That's great and all, but what if Max Stryker was a survivor of being turned black or Chinese? Hold on, let me go. I'm gonna go find a tweet myself. Hold on. I want to retweet myself. We're going to go find the black or Chinese. Oh, I did one of Tipster. That's right. I did do one of Tipster. Did I not do one of Max? I need to go make one of Max. Talk on the radio. Well, there's Tipster if he was black or Chinese. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Boom. Let me retweet myself. If you're a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, please DM me here. That's great. What if Max Checker is a survivor being black and Chinese? There. I needed to see it with my own eyes. Thumbs down, no Coco Melon. I'm sorry.
I respond 5 minutes later that he doesn't need to react to my video.
Maybe I only did one of
but I
tips,
would
sir.
like
I
to
didn't do
invite
one
him
of
to our
Max.
group chat with other influencers so we can establish a
Yeah,
direct
and then you wanted to put everybody under an NDA.
line of communication between everyone involved about my
Good influencers, please recommend ethical influencers who should be informed so they're not blindsided. Suggest influencers who might be using their platform in a harmful way and should be taken by surprise with this video. Dude, are you kidding me? This guy, dude.
project in case anyone has any questions or concerns once everything goes down. He doesn't reply.
Rate a pause of 5 or 10. Charlie, blah, 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 and sense of urgency. But once you've had the opportunity to review the forthcoming video, the critical nature of the situation will become abundantly clear. Your immediate attention could be very well life-saving. Talk like a normal person, ChatGPT.
So I follow up with him the next day, apologizing for my sense of urgency, but I truly felt this project warrants his attention, given what the survivors
Should
have
be
told
2
me.
messages down. So the non-disclosure agreement for group chat participation.
He replies an hour later apologizing and agreeing to take a look. I send him the NDA
Dude, Charlie doesn't give a shit.
that he promptly signs.
That is actually, This is the silliest shit ever. Why is Critical entertaining this stupid shit? By joining the group chat, you agree to the terms of a non-disclosure agreement. Terms. You agree to not disclose, discuss, or share any of the information, topics, or content discussed with this group chat until October 27, 2023. Legal consequences. Breach of this NDA could result in legal action taken against you for damages, including but not limited to reputational harm and loss of revenue. Oh my god, this is actually so stupid.
In the group chat, one of the survivors explains the cult with some evidence. We share her videos.
Turkey Tom. Honestly, not sure who is fit for this kind of thing. I don't have a specific name in mind. I like how every single message from every other YouTuber is like, I don't really know, man. Or like, I don't really know, man. Everybody's acting like, I don't know.
And that she is open to answering questions. This is when Charlie stops replying completely and claims that he was sick. But Charlie was active and engaging online during this same period.
Charlie, 1, uploads every day. 2, has uploads set in advance. So
I don't mind if he was too busy or had no interest in my project, but just be
he
honest
has uploads prepped, motherfucker.
About that.
Hey, you'll never guess who just got COVID again. Not this guy. No, yeah, I'm just pulling your leg. It is me. Look hard into my piercing blue eyes, and you'll notice that my soul is finally back in my body. I'm feeling much better, so I thought I'd celebrate by watching some more horrible pickup artistry attempts on TikTok.
So
also comic book recommendation. I do recommend God Slap. I honestly don't know what Charlie's like connection to it is other than like bankrolling it, but it is kind of fucking, it's really fucking based. It's really fucking based. God Slap is fucking cool.
According to his own uploads, Charlie had COVID from October 30th to November 2nd. 4 days out of 12 that he claimed he was not doing anything online.
And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed. I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with.
I followed up with him over the course of that month.
He just gets inundated with messages all the time.
Which many people claim is me spurging out and spamming him. But from my understanding, following up
he is.
with a colleague every few days is perfectly normal in most professional...
Okay, if a YouTuber doesn't respond to me after 2 times, I just don't respond. Okay, this is embarrassing.
Settings, especially after they've agreed to take a look on what you've been working on, and I just wanted to keep him in the loop.
This is actually really sad. This is really pathetic. This is really pathetic.
Hindsight is 2020. I agree that this is a bit much. I will admit that I drafted these messages
Brother
with
left you on
ChatGPT,
red.
thinking it came off as professional.
No, it made you come off as a crazy person. You know, the first time I read these messages when I heard about this, I thought it was just that Mamamax is like a weirdo who writes very verbosely. But now that I know it's ChatGPT, I'm actually, you're a moron. You're a fucking idiot.
When in reality it's way too robotic, long-winded, and heavy-handed. Now I'd like to clarify that I was never spiteful or angry with Charlie, and I try to make that as apparent as possible in the video and the description. I built this video with the survivors from the ground up, because we truly had faith that Charlie would help us. After I upload the artificial drama, he finally responds and explains why he was inactive. I respond to him the next day, apologizing and asking if we can just get in a 30-minute call so I can explain myself and find a resolution that is beneficial for all parties involved. Conversation is requesting
really
if he can
Holy
his time,
shit.
but he is welcome to invite anyone else. We said goodbye, and we felt good. He never joined, and then nothing. For over a year now, and he still hasn't said anything about it since then. This was never supposed to be about me or Charlie. It was supposed to be about the survivors who deserve to have their stories heard. And unfortunately, the situation ended up silencing them even further. I don't blame Charlie for this, but I do think he could have helped, and he chose not to. When did you stop stalking and harassing? So just a quick recap, I have multiple ex-partners that have accused
Yeah, and you were acting crazy and then also wrongfully blamed the ex as being a pedo.
me of some pretty horrible things. I made a video
I mean,
addressing this.
Magatar is kind of fucking weird, but he's just kind of like an internet glub shitto.
I did not go into too much detail. I just tried to answer what I felt was necessary. But out of respect for their privacy, I would prefer to leave them alone, just as I would prefer for them to leave me alone. But in short, these relationships were not healthy, and they did not end well. I did my best to be kind and take care of them when they were struggling, but it didn't.
Convince of him and his ex, but you know, nothing to help him prove his damage. Well, I think those videos were public. That's the reason. In his defense, they're on YouTube.
Didn't work out in the end for many reasons, but when these relationships ended, I guess since I have a platform and to deplatform me, some of them have continued doing this for multiple years, and over the years their stories have changed. They delete old allegations and create new ones. There is one, however, that filed police reports against me almost a decade ago with inaccurate information while I was in a completely separate part of the country.
Diesel, I'm sorry. I'm sleep deprived and wanted to start drama. What did you do? What did you do, bitch? Unless you're quoting Max right now.
Some of which even say there is no evidence for these reports. But I think it's
Fauci starting shit online.
important to note that
No, I made a tweet. Did he see the future? Ay, ay, ay. Crazy when people become black or Chinese. Holy shit. Oh no, not that one. What did you do? Dude, look at him. He's so real. I am starting to fall asleep. No. Oh, you dog it on what? The Willie Mac repost? That's it? That's it? That's what you had me come here for? What is that?
I'm not getting in group chats with their ex-partners and sharing pictures and videos of them, including their uncensored driver's license. I'm not
Shameless
repeatedly
fallacy plug.
going on live streams to make accusations about them. I'm
Oh
not
my god, Edwin, dude.
going on social media, obsessively gossiping about them and fantasizing about murdering them. I'm not going on kiwi farms and
You
doxing
called Magnetar a pedophile. Excuse me if he wants to kill you.
them and their families shortly before doxing them to the rest of YouTube. But they are doing all of that to me.
Is apparently Max is telling everybody that Anthony is like running the Kiwi Farms thing, and there is like no evidence to support that Anthony is like the person who doxed him on Kiwi Farms or posted all that stuff. I haven't seen a single thing, a shred of proof that shows that.
Claiming Anthony Magnetar is the one running?
I never claimed that they are running the thread, but that they doxed me to the poster. Okay, so you're just claiming something else ridiculous with no proof. Got it.
The Kiwi Farms thread?
Yeah, and that seems to be really upsetting him.
I wasn't even talking about Max for that screenshot.
I mean,
Okay,
specifically.
so I'm gonna say it right now, and this is the I'm not doing this because it's like I'm trying to pay back Anthony after what like me making a statement. It's actually impossible. Let me explain why it's retarded to assume anybody could be running a f***ing thread. You don't have any proof.
I mean, theoretically, it could just be a coincidence that Kiwi Farms got my full docs, which was previously unknown, while they were working on their video, which...
I mean, it's also possible that any number of people got your full docs. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Just so happens to have a picture of me from our high school yearbook, and some of the exact same videos that appear in their video that I didn't even know existed until they were posting them. And then when I respond just to defend myself, they claim
Oh yeah,
I'm...
wasn't it that he accidentally didn't blur it out or whatever or something like that? It only showed up for like a little bit. Yeah, he changed his last name. Well, in his defense, Max Stryker does sound a lot better than Max Harris.
the one doxing and harassing them, even though their full names were already public. And
it makes him
mine
sound
was
like a fucking YA character novel.
not, which has put my entire family at risk. But apparently
you hunting after pedos probably puts them at more risk personally.
They are the innocent victims, and I am the crazy stalker, even though I would prefer to have nothing to do with them. Even the one on screen right now I have never dated. I have not even seen her since high school over 10 years ago, and she is still somehow following me and talking about me, and it is very disturbing. I have dated plenty of women that don't do this, but these few still do. So I'm not really sure what one is supposed to do at this point. If I make videos on each of them and go into excruciating detail about my side, I would be putting them at risk of harassment, which I do not want. But if I don't say anything and let them
Max Stryker sounds like a Total Drama Island host character. That's a really funny way to put it.
keep following me and talking about me, they're just gonna keep ruining my life, and people are gonna think I'm hiding something. So I just decided to report them to the police and document any further harassment.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wipe or just let it crust? Bidet all the way. How many drugs are you?
Crazy. I did not need to know that he bidets his asshole. There's a song I was listening to at the gym today. Hold on. I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the song. It's in my playlist. Fucking... I can't play it on stream because I'll get dinged for copyright. It's called... Wait, I immediately pressed play on the song. I'm stupid. There's a rapper called Eric Reprid, and he's like singing about, I don't know, he's singing about he uses the C word, but he says C word Chinese slur. He can say it. He's Chinese or Asian. C word slur a pussy, and then he talks about fucking femboys and hitting the pussy in the song, and I'm just like, I mean, this is a little uncouth for a rap song, but you know, I mean, I appreciate his honesty, really. What the fuck kind of music? I've actually been listening to a lot more rap recently. Hold on, I'll tell you who I've been listening to. Hold on. Let's see. By the way, poor Dochi. I listened to her new album, by the way. You know the anxiety song that you people be hearing all the time on the radio? It definitely sucks. She's actually a really good rapper. It's a real shame that that's the song that she got popular for, because she's got some really good tracks that are like, I can't believe the anxiety song is what like popped off. Catfish is really good from her latest album, and Denial is a River is really good. But of course, Anxiety is the song that everybody has heard. Nissan Altima is also really good.
Go on right now. I'm caffeinated, so one. Where did you
But
get
yeah, if you like rap, I highly recommend listening to her other songs.
the Audacity? Sourceforge.net? When will you delete your channel? Probably never.
Diesel, go back to the police report. Yeah, it's like crazy, right? Hold on. Police report summary, stalking and harassment. I, Max Striker, am reporting an ongoing stalking, harassment, impersonation, defamation, blah, blah, blah. Most of this stuff is, like, blurted out. Is this just something you pulled off the internet? Max, last name blurred. Wait, what? What the fuck? Why is it not? Why is he doing that?
them to the police and document any further harassment. Do you wipe or just let it crust? Bidet all the way. How many drugs are you on right now? I'm caffeinated, so one. Where did you get the Audacity? Sourceforge.net? When will you delete your channel? Probably never. Why are you back? Get off the internet. It's probably healthier for all of us to get off the internet. And yet we're all still here.
Okay, buddy. All right, we got a real Greek philosopher here, chat. Jesus.
Sadly. Why are you so weird, bro? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Maybe if you could divulge.
I'm sorry. Ladies, is it a red flag if you walk into your man's bedroom and he has a picture of David Goggins on the wall right next to Martin Luther King and Malala Yousafzai?
A little bit, I could answer better. If you mean personality-wise, it might have to do with my autism. I do have ASD.
Of course you have fucking autism. Of course you do. All right, buddy. Sure you do. Okay, fine. Whatever. Speaking of music, I saw that Asmongold was wearing a Ghost t-shirt. I mean, I like Ghost a lot. I have a Ghoul mask on my bookshelf. I'm probably gonna buy the U2s because I'm just that guy, and I was just irrationally mad that I saw Asmongold wearing a Ghost t-shirt because I was just thinking there's no fucking way anything in this band is anything you would kind of support, right? Because like Papa's pro-trans, he's very pro-LGBT, fucking really sex positive. It's just like insane for you to be like that, like bro.
If you mean my
I feel like I wouldn't want to jerk off in a room where Martin Luther King Jr. and David Goggins are watching me.
Why is my content so weird? I don't know. On YouTube, it felt right to be a little performative. But I can see retrospectively that people see it as cringe.
It had Malala. Yeah, holy shit, yeah.
Or like unhinged, as a lot of people call it. It's just like I don't know. I thought we were here to perform and make weird art projects.
Yeah, the YouTube is for slap. Now get in line, buddy.
I didn't know that we just had to be... You just have to be yourself. Did you have a nervous breakdown? But seriously. Did I?
Yes.
I don't think so. I know people
100%.
are calling
You crashed out.
My Mommy Z skit mental breakdown to make me look insane. But that's the character. I'm playing a commentary channel that thinks he's...
Dude, every single guy who's like, I hate commentary does the same exact bit. You know who also did this, buddy? Yandere Dev. Yandere Dev did the same thing. Okay, and literally that's a Tommy C. Like, really?
Better than everybody else. Like, you could literally, like, I start the entire skit with like an unhinged... I thought that would get the message across. I guess not, though. Just to note, he's deleting comments, even though I'm just tuning into this video. I asked about the multiple documentaries. And
this guy is actually having a moment reading these comments. You know how fucking angry the comments are making him? Because those laughs are laughs of anger.
The events that we all watched happen, and poof. So YouTube has this thing where it deletes comments on its own. That could be what's happening here. He's deleting replies. If I was deleting replies, wouldn't you think I would also be deleting people saying I'm deleting replies?
You don't need to watch the video. It's about him getting the dog from Spencer and suing for it. All you need to watch is 219 to 221. Okay.
It's just funny. People could just... Please continue to be who you are.
I don't care. We'll start here. Yeah, he's extra chunky these days. You can tell. Dude, don't do this to me right now.
I'm happy to take Belfagor back if Spencer no longer...
Belfagor is literally the name of one of my players' characters in D&D right now.
...longer wanted him. She explained to me that Spencer was considering rehoming him, so I immediately made my claim. But when the trainer informed Spencer of my intentions, she fought back. I send a formal letter to both Spencer and the trainer, asserting my legal ownership over Belfagor. All his paperwork was under my name. Spencer retaliated, threatening a restraining order if I didn't back down.
Of course.
Then came some devastating news.
Crazy, crazy. These stupid asshole people.
Belfagor had run away from a dog sitter.
Of course.
And was now in the custody of an animal shelter. The trainer assured me this was my best chance to reclaim him. But before I could act, Spencer sent me a cease and desist letter, trying to prevent the shelter from releasing Belfagor to me. I fired back with my own cease and desist, declaring my rightful ownership and my determination to bring him home. Spencer's threats wouldn't stop me. I was going to get my dog back, no matter what.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing this. Crying while driving. Okay, alright, alright. Okay. Oh boy, he's crying. You shed a single tear, guys. Why are you still alive? I mowed the lawn, stared blankly at torrenting for a bit, then watched a whole ass movie. We had an hour chat afterwards, and you're still alive. To be honest, the dog is probably better off in Max's custody than Spencer's if I'm picking sides here. But also, crying while driving a car and recording that is definitely fucking bananas. Yeah, this is very cuckoo bananas. This is very cuckoo bananas, but it's better he owns a dog than Spencer because Spencer is this dysfunctional Like, she can't eat. I don't even know if she can wipe her ass. She's so fucking in pain all the time or whatever. Yeah, it's literally the Balatro meme. Holy shit. Dude, it's Southwest dispenser. She might eat or vape him. She's gonna vape Belphegor to death. It's a cute dog, too.
Come here, buddy. You remember me? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I missed you.
Well, now somebody else is having to record him, so who's recording him? He really wants to be John.
Oh, good boy.
Well, good for him. Good for him. He's got the protagonist hat too. He's hiding his identity, okay? Oh my god. That is just absolutely unhinged. Where is he, Max? Camden's gotten away. Okay? Camden is a free man. He'll never be caught. Camden's on the run forever. Well, chat, we've done it. We've finished. We skipped a lot of it, but I think we're done. You know, I think we're done. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow, but that was quite the stream. Quite the stream. Good job, Gooner, man. Dude, 5 hours. That was pretty good. I don't usually stream this long, but I'm glad I did. I'm gonna go to bed now, because I have to DM a session when I wake up tomorrow. Buy my coffee at manapotioncoffee.com. Use code D10 at checkout. I don't know how long we're gonna be able to do D10 for, by the way, with the fucking tariffs. We're really trying to fight that, but it's really starting to eat into our bottom line. Anyway, please go tell your local congressperson that annoys you. Bye.